Cleaning things up.
Mission in progress. Our presence is growing.
Commander, we appear to have an alien on the loose.
Wrapping up here.
I'm here. Establishing our presence.
Reporting in. Bringing them on board.
Ready for my mission.
Your orders? Taking control. Putting our people in place.
Prepping for mission.
We got our people in place.
We're taking over. Bringing them to our side.
Ready for orders. We must persuade the people. The people will come to our side.
We've gained significant support.
Targeting their key people.
Where to? Putting our people in place.
We've hit them where it hurts. Cleaning things up.
We've got our people in place.
We're taking power.
Standing by for orders. We'll bring this nation to our side.
We are in control now.
Our supporters are in place. Bringing them on board.
Standing by.
Acknowledged.
Ready. Making our case. Public opinion is moving in our direction.
We failed to take control.
I will tell our story.
Ready to go. We'll make things safe.
to do that, because again, like, China is a big trading partner with us, and at this point we've now taken out 2 of their main oil suppliers. I think that we absolutely should keep selling to them for sure. But like, I mean, not we doing it, but like, help Iran do it if we need to. Because it will also, because here's the reason too, keep this in mind, is that by doing that, you enrich the Iranian people. Because we want to make sure revolutions happen when shit's awful, right? Like, you look at the Nazi revolution, you look at the Iranian revolution. Most revolutions happen, I was thinking most, first Iranian revolution, maybe not as much, but like overall, revolutions generally happen when economies are terrible and the people are hurting. So what my point is that in order to make sure that Iran is effectively revolution-proof, especially inside of the window of them recalibrating what their government and their society is going to be, you have to make sure that they have that safety net socially. And the way you do that is making sure that previous trade agreements are continued to make sure that these people don't just lose out on even more money. They don't lose out on even more opportunity. You see what I'm saying? It's time.
How long do you think the Ayatollah will be in power after what we've seen play out on the ground there? When is the U.S. going to get involved now that reports of protesters being killed on the ground?
I wish he could just say, like, 10. And she says, 10 what? And he says 9. Like, I wish he would just say that.
So Iran's in big trouble?
Yeah.
It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran.
Was Obama a femboy?
It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it. We're watching it very closely.
How long do you think the Ayatollah will be in power after what we've seen play out on the ground?
Yeah, he's wearing a pin of himself. That's right. Iran threatens death penalty for anyone taking part in protests. Oh, wow. For the college students, this is what real anti-fascism looks like. One of the most consequential protests in a generation. Unarmed Iranian people are risking everything to fight the secret police and rid themselves of 45 years of Islamo-fascist ayatollahs and their sick reign of terror. This is one we saw yesterday. Poly Market? Yeah, I'll pull it up. Can we get the Minnesota flag back now? That's a great question. Yeah, that would be really fucking funny. And anyway, nicely said. Yeah, this is what's so insane about this, is that this is what real protests look like. This is what, real fucking fascism looks like. Not this other bullshit. So I think he's speaking in Farsi, right? Yeah, he is. But Crown Prince releases the message on the importance of diaspora Iranians to support the compatriots back home by shining as much light as possible on their struggle. I mean, I do what I can, right? As I said, I've got, a number of friends that are Iranian and so Persian. And so I want to make sure that I talk about this too. And also, it's like, I don't really see a lot of other creators really talking about the protests at all, which is kind of weird. I mean, you would expect to see tons of people going on and talking about this, but for whatever reason, it's like, well, Fox News, respectably, is actually talking about this. That's good. And CNN has made 1 or 2 videos about it, but overall, be careful. Some posts contain blood, but not this. Okay, let me go back. I'll pull this one up right now. A Tehran doctor told Time that at least 217 protesters have been recorded dead across 6 hospitals in the city, mostly killed by live ammunition as Islamic security forces opened fire on anti-regime protesters. There it is. They're literally out there shooting people with AK-47s. Maybe that's a shotgun. I don't know. But either way, that's what they're doing. Yes, this is what it really looks like whenever you're being I guess
things
like,
are cooling off.
oppressed, right? This is what real oppression looks like.
Flames filling the streets of Tehran as
Look at
protests
this.
intensify across
This is
Iran.
insane.
Protesters now burning cars and government buildings in the capital city while the regime looks to clamp down.
Yeah, the Ayatollah addressing the protest this morning, hours after he cut off internet access. He says
Mission
he's
in
refusing to
progress.
back down, accusing President Trump
We'll
of
be ready for
sabotaging
new
him.
orders soon.
All right, it's somebody else's fault.
And President Trump, focus on your own country.
Former Navy captain and Pentagon official Brent Sadler joins
We
us
have
now.
been.
And thank you so
not
much for
only
doing
ours.
just that. The Ayatollah has shut down the internet there. He's calling these protesters terrorists, and apparently he has this exit strategy if these protests continue to Russia.
I mean, here's the thing, right? I mean, to the extent that you're the supreme leader of the country and you have a publicly understood exit strategy, it's over. You're done. You're done. Just cooked. Absolutely.
You know, there have been rounds of protests to take place in Iran before that haven't amounted to anything. But do you view what's happening now as different and something that could actually lead to change?
Yes, the longer this
Assad
has been
escaped to
going
Russia
on,
also? Yeah, he
and
did.
the more widespread. I mean, every corner of the country now has had major and sustained protests in every major city across the country.
Yep.
For the longest time,
I think there's like 31 or something different provinces in Iran, and every single one of them is an
In the past, they've started shooting the hell out of people.
And that's what they're doing
all of a sudden,
now.
people without any weapons whatsoever are standing there and you have machine guns gunning them down. Or they take them to prisons and then hang them and kill them.
Yep.
So they played rough. And I said, if they do
No, I
that,
think that really, I don't think people understand how bad it is. There were just some windows into how bad it was when Assad left Syria and the Syrian government fell. You had babies in prisons because there were women who were in prison that got raped by the different guards. Like, we're talking some Batman villain Bane shit.
we're going to hit them very hard.
That's how bad it was.
Well, we're going to hit them hard. We're ready to
Sick.
do it. If they do that, we're going to hit them hard.
Brett, should we have a role in Iran if the regime ultimately does collapse? And if so, what should that role be?
Yeah, a lot has changed now and very different from the historical record from the 1979 revolution that brought in the theocratic dictatorship that the Iranian people are suffering under for far too long. I mean, first and foremost, it's the Iranian people's responsibility to change their government. The United States clearly has an interest in that.
Yeah.
And I think President Trump will act if U.S. interests.
That's one of the issues, I think, too, that's preventing a lot of leftists from supporting the Iranian Revolution, is because the Iranian Revolution is in the best interest of the United States of America and also Israel. So it's in our best interest that Iran has a revolution and this government is deposed. But because their entire ideology is adversarial to Israel and and America, they can't support something that is beneficial to those different sides. Isn't that insane? Isn't it stupid? That's what bots do, though.
An opportunity for the better, as well as to safeguard any threats from the regime. Again, the regime is making threats against the United States, and that may be a pretext for U.S. action if they want to try, if it becomes clear that the regime is actually going to try and make good on those threats. But to kind of go back to the core issue here, it's the Iranian people that I think are fed up, and I think what's also different is the economy is in free fall. The regime has been discredited because of defeat after defeat after defeat.
My understanding is that Iran, like I saw a lot of photos of Iran from like the 70s, right? Because the thing happened in 79, right? So majority from the 70s or before this. It was a really nice place. I don't think it's equivalent to this at all because, like as far as I know, they weren't having like just a continuously, because it's undeniable that the sanctions and the international pressure that they've put on Iran has suppressed and hurt their economy. It has. Not to mention Iran funding terrorists, but even from outside forces, Iran has been damaged from that. Are you saying Democrats support Iranian protesters being gunned down? No, I don't think that they support it, but I don't think that the optics around not supporting it is something that they're willing to stand on. Does that make sense? So, like, I think that very clearly most Democrats probably support the Iranian revolution, but because there's a very small subset of people that are extremely radical and violent and aggressive inside of that ideology, I think that it causes a groupthink of just basically the tail wagging the dog, where none of them are talking about it really. But do I think that average Democrats support Iran gunning down protesters? Absolutely not. But I do think the extremists view it as they don't even think about the protesters. They don't think about the people. They think about Iran falling. Okay, that's more Western influence. Okay, that's in the best interest of the United States and Israel. I hate the United States and Israel. So then I want Iran to continue, on. Like that's I think the way they think about it. And then it's also, I think there's a religious component to it as well, is that this is the death of the Islamic dictatorship, theocratic government. Like maybe the majority of Iran after this might still be Muslim, but the type of Muslim and the way that it's being enforced is probably going to be totally different. I'm right wing and I don't agree with what's going on. Yeah, no doubt. But they all jumped on Palestine train, but not the Iran people. Yeah, but that's because Palestine was oppositional to Western interests from their mind.
Feet in the last year in its war through its proxies against Israel.
All Muslim countries are Islamically governed, Zach. Again, I mean, are we really going to compare Turkey with Saudi Arabia, with Qatar, and then say it's the same as Iran? I mean, like, we have to admit that there's a spectrum. Like, Islam is not a monolith.
So with the severe strikes against its nuclear weapons enterprise by the United States, it's pretty clear confidence in this regime is very low on all fronts. And perhaps this might be the match that will light a fire that will finally get rid of this regime.
And speaking of the economy, there are reports that China could buy Iranian crude to make up for lost Venezuelan supply. That is,
I think that if we help Iran transition, I think that we should make sure that China still is able to buy oil from Iran. I do. I think that we should be able to do that because, again, like China is a big trading partner with us. And at this point, we've now taken out two of their main, oil suppliers. I think that we absolutely should keep selling to them for sure. But like, I mean, not we doing it, but like, help Iran do it if we need to. Because it will also, because here's the reason too, keep this in mind, is that by doing that, you enrich the Iranian people. Because we want to make sure revolutions happen when shit's awful, right? Like you look at the Nazi revolution, you look at the Iranian revolution. Most revolutions happen. No, I was saying most. First Iranian revolution, maybe not as much, but like overall, revolutions generally happen when economies are terrible and the people are hurting. So what my point is that in order to make sure that Iran is effectively revolution-proof, especially inside of the window of them recalibrating what their government and their society is going to be, you have to make sure that they have that safety net socially. And the way you do that is making sure that previous trade agreements are continued to make sure that these people don't just lose out on even more money. They don't lose out on even more opportunity. You see what I'm saying? You have to leave them with a foothold? Yeah, of course.
Obviously no longer guaranteed. Could an unintended consequence of U.S. intervention in Venezuela
Simple answer is to remove
be bringing
embargoes?
these
Yeah.
two adversaries of ours, China and Iran, closer together?
Oh, I think they are already fairly close. Iran relies on the Chinese so much so that they give the Chinese a pretty hefty discount on the oil that they sell to China.
Yeah.
They are the largest exporter to
They
China.
want cheap oil, not regular price oil. Then do a five-year plan, right? I mean, there's like 50 ways to do it. Like, there's a lot of times where, like, if you're changing the price for something, be like, okay, you're not gonna have to pay, like, you know, full price right now, but you will after 3 years, right, or 5 years or something like that. That way, it doesn't just suddenly fucking fuck up their economy, but at the same time, you know, you're moving towards that. So there's a clean transition
of petroleum,
it's
of
common
crude oil.
sense.
So the Chinese are also benefiting from this relationship, and it probably also goes into military equipment as well. And they clearly,
and you think about it, right? Indirectly, China is benefiting from that sanction because China isn't respecting it. They're not, you know, honoring it, and so they're doing it, and now they're able to buy it on the cheap.
BRICS organization.
Why do we care about their economy? Because we don't want to have. The reason why is that bad economies generate terrorist regimes, radicalism, and violence. That's the reason why. And Iran is really close to a lot of our other allies in the Middle East, obviously. And why do we want to destabilize a country? There's no reason to do that. Yeah, you're avoiding a power vacuum. Yeah, it's just common sense.
And also coordinate on the diplomatic stage as well. So I'd say it's not a change. If anything else, the greater dependence on Iran for oil by Beijing makes it much more, I guess, less resilient of an energy market for the Chinese and makes them more vulnerable. So overall, it gives the United States even more leverage.
Very good news for us.
Interesting point. Former Navy Captain, Pentagon official Brent Sadler, thank you.
Yeah, no doubt. It's Iranian. It's funny that we were the puppet, the UK and the US before the revolution, now China and Russia, and now probably back to the US. At least the economy will thrive. Yeah, and like that's always one of the, it's one of the kind of, what's it, like silver linings? I guess not really silver lining. I mean, I guess what you're saying is a silver lining. It's kind of like the thing, it's like, okay, well, you are going to get freedom, but now you're going to have the influence of this other country. I think that you're right about that. And obviously, it's like kind of unfair in a lot of ways, but I think it's accurate, definitely. I'm Cuban. All that's happening is a big W for us. Fuck the white idiots that don't know what's going on in our country. Trump 2028. Yeah, I mean, listen, man, I hope that Cuba is able to have a revolution too. Like, my understanding is that a lot of Cuba's economy was based off of Venezuela. So if they're not able to continue that, then things are going to change. This is what I saw earlier, but I don't know a lot about that. Don't quote me on that, but that's just what I've read. Anyway, protesters gather outside of the BBC over lack of coverage on Iran protests. This is awesome. Ayatollah BBC, shame on you, shame. Man, that's a lot of people. And also, look at this protest. Everybody is totally orderly. There are primarily Iranian flags, some with Israeli flags. There's a lot of Israelis that... Israel and Iran used to have a pretty close relationship before this, and so, you know, that's the reason why. An American flag there. And so, yeah, this is it. And they have the classic flag, too. Yeah, nobody's causing problems. Nobody's violating the law. Nobody's smashing cars. Nobody's standing in the road. These are people that actually, you know, imagine this. They're actually out there to protest, to make a difference, and to try to raise awareness for something, not just to absolve them from their latent white guilt that they've learned in fucking high school, right? They get arrested if they wave the UK flag, though? That's funny.
I will try to sway the public.
And yeah, you're kind of right. Iranian anti-regime approach is practically taking over Iran's second city. Holy fuck! This is the second.
Putting our people in place.
Second largest. Sorry about that. And look at that, exactly the attention they wanted. Yeah. Look at all this. This is in Iran. This doesn't show death. Watch off stream first. Okay. Holy shit. Wait, did the Iranians post after the shut off of the internet? Well, you have people that are more tech savvy that are able to, you know, get a leg in here and there. And so they're able to kind of take advantage of it. But for the most part, yeah, it's been hard for a lot of them to have internet. Starlink? My understanding is that there were radio jammers, so Starlink wasn't functional. And they also didn't have the tools, the hardware for Starlink, but I could be wrong. My brother's in the city right now. It's actually his birthday. I've lost connection with him since yesterday. Yeah, say happy birthday to him from here. Well, there you go. Anonymous has vowed to get Iran online again. I wonder if they can even do that without the hardware. I don't know. You need the disc to use Starlink? Yeah, I thought so too. This isn't Minnesota. No, people are well behaved. No, if it was Minnesota, they'd be setting the cars on fire. They're smuggling some into Iran? Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen. And security forces are nowhere to be seen. Know the regime is fucked. Yeah, exactly. There are ways to communicate with people in Iran? Yeah, I know somebody else that, like, I was talking to them, and I was like, I remember, I was telling the other day about how, like, you know, that one, like, suicide plane guy flew into the IRS building, and my dad was working at that IRS
Try to
building at the
raise
time.
awareness.
And, you know, I remember I called him, and I didn't get an answer, and I was like, oh, yeah, I'm freaking out, right? I'm the kind of person that freaks out. And so I'm a warrior in games, and I'm a warrior in real life. And so my point is that, you know, I was freaking out about it. And so, like, I can only imagine what it's like for them. I mean, the odds are it's, you know, things are fine. It's just the internet's turned off. But, like, it's the not knowing is, you know, it's very, unsettling. It's going to happen. Flew into the IRS building, and my dad was working at that IRS
Try to
building
raise
at the time.
awareness.
And, you know, I remember I called him, and I didn't get an answer. And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm freaking out, right? I'm the kind of person that freaks out. I hope he doesn't escape. I'm a warrior in games, and I'm a warrior in real life. Even if he does, and it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, it's over. You know, I was freaking out about it. So, I can only imagine what it's like for them or something. I mean, the odds are it's symbolic. Things are fine. Iranian protesters set fire, but, like, it's the not knowing mosque in Tehran. You know, it's very, unsettling. It's going to happen. Into the IRS building, and my dad was working at that IRS.
Try to raise awareness.
They burned the motherfucker down. Holy shit. Man, I wish you could, you know, let's just hear and, yeah, two non-haters' opinions. It's beautiful. Yeah, that's great. And, I mean, again, the thing is with these mosques, I mean, I don't think that these people probably have a problem with, like, you know, different, what do you call it? Different Muslims being in the country. But I think that the reason why they're burning them is because these mosques represent these are like the citadels of oppression in the area, because they view them as, like, basically probably like a state mandated religion. It's symbolic. Yeah, it's symbolic. Exactly. That's a good way to say it. And let's see if I've got any more of these that are worth looking at, because there's just been so much of this going on. And this is, again, I did see this, but, you know, I tried it out myself. X to replace the Iranian flag emoji. So now you can use that inside of there. And there's that too. I'm not going to look at Iranian protesters brought down the Islamic regime symbol in the capital, Tehran. Man. Stupid fucking... What's that? Is it... Don't you put that in a blender? Like a mixer? Yeah. Get that shit out of here. Yeah, wow. And not a surprise. Yeah, it's a cake mixer. Yeah, wow, what an amazing thing. Khomeini has issued orders for further killings and intensified the crackdown. Oh, keep this in mind, too. Look at this. So this is the one that somebody linked to me. Iran protests. Image of plainclothes individual instructing agents on which protester to shoot for identification. Jesus. Isn't that crazy? A fat rat. Yep, a fat rat. Absolutely. Look at that.
همه بدونن جمهوری اسلامی با خون
Soon to be Rebozo. Soon to be.
انسان شریف این توی کار آمده.
Very soon.
در مقابل کسانی که
Old fart, yeah.
تکذیب کردن.
Are they shooting the protesters? It would seem as though they are. Yeah. And if you don't go along with that, you die. As long as regime security forces tried arresting a group of protesters in Mashhad, the police car was quickly rammed, broken into, and the prisoners were freed by a massive crowd. And then they spray painted "Long Live the Shah" on the police car.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
It's so over. It is so over. Totally fucking cooked. BBC Persian released
Prepping
footage
for
of
the next
hospital.
mission.
I'm obviously not
Laying
gonna
the
watch this
groundwork.
one, right? 20 injured people with many with gunshot wounds to the head.
We were unable
and
to
neck.
establish control.
Oh my god. Holy shit. An Iranian anti-regime protester does a Molotov cocktail at the government building.
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
Prepping for next mission.
There it is. Such a nice guy giving us
Cleaning
financial
things
advice.
up.
Watch that one? I won't. I obviously won't.
Wrapping up here.
An elderly Iranian woman screams after being hit in the face with a projectile fired by the regime's security forces. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I've been dead for 47 years. She ain't wearing that bullshit over her head either. And you got to keep in mind, for this woman, right? She was a grown-ass woman. She was an adult whenever she was able to live the good life, and she had to spend 47 fucking years being oppressed. Yep. So you got to keep in mind, all these old people that are out there protesting, one of the reasons why is because they remember.
At your service. Establishing control.
That's a real protester? Yeah,
Where do you
exactly,
need me?
right? Iranian anti-regime protesters were captured and set fire to the police station. It's just...
We'll make our appeal.
Do you guys ever take a step back and think about the fact that we're able to just watch literal revolutions happen on Twitter? Isn't this incredible? I always wonder, like, would something like this have happened if Elon hadn't bought Twitter? And also, like, just the fact that, really, I mean, we would have had no idea that this was even ever happening. Yeah, I've had no clue whatsoever. Thanks for supporting the Iranians. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, as I said, it's just obviously the right thing to do. That might be a body. I don't know if I'm going to look at it. It seems like that's what it said on the title. Tehran is on fire. Jesus. World-wide democracy as it is? Well, I think that they want the king to come back in a way. But you could say if everybody wants the king to come back, then in a way it's democratic, right? Because they all wanted him to come back. This is why they want to ban Twitter. Exactly. They want to ban Twitter because Twitter is the free speech platform. This is how the streets of Tehran look now. It's now reached revolution levels of dissent. The man is writing "Long Live the Shah" on the wall. God damn, look at everybody. Kingdom Come Deliverance 3 Iran. Yeah, I guess so. And anti-regime protesters built barricades completely blocking traffic on a major highway. Holy fuck. Oh my god. This is what I wish would happen for North Korea one day. Yeah, me too, but I think that if it doesn't come from the people in North Korea, you could, like, let's say we take out Kim Jong-un, I think that there's a huge possibility that somebody else replaces them, and it even further radicalizes them. So I think the best way to approach something like North Korea is to just approach it with information, right? That's it. And his sister? Yeah, apparently his sister's worse than he is. That's what I hear about. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what people say. Iran anti-regime protesters burned down the City Hall building? Holy fuck. China won't allow it? I mean... So what? Just do it. What are they gonna do? So, yeah, breaking. Regime security forces have practically lost control of Iran's capital city, Tehran, the second largest city, Mashhad, and the fifth largest city, Shiraz. Holy fuck, man. A once elite world-class education system has fallen to Islamists. So true. They're out there literally support. Isn't it insane that inside of Iran, they're pushing away an Islamic government, and inside of New York, they're doing protests to support Hamas? What the fuck happened? Really? Isn't that insane? Think about that. It's so delusional and deranged, you would think that it's not even real. Oh my God. Yeah, what a weird world. I know, I hate it. It's so stupid. So let's see if I can find a few more of these here too. But firing live rounds, I'm not going to watch that, even though it's probably just sounds. But yeah, Crown Prince Pahlavi Reza might just travel to Paris and board the Air France flight flying southeast. Holy shit, streets of Tehran are full of lion and sun flags tonight. And somebody was saying the sun is like a, it's like a very important, like is the sun kind of a, like a central, like, what's the word for it, symbol inside of Zoroastrianism? Is that basically what they were saying? Praise the, yeah, unironically praise the sun. Yes, okay. Exactly. Yeah, it's a core symbol, I get it. They worship the fire. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's like that or not. I don't know. Man, and I do have to say, this is what feminism looks like in 2026. Not some fat woman screeching hysterically at ICE whenever they're deporting a child molester. Yep. I know. But you're not being oppressed because you can't buy, your 10 different romance books.
I figured I'd pop on mic for a bit and turn on my
and yeah, bro, they got him on pack watch.
My room is a bit messy, but I figured I'd just like
fucking insane. They're actually working for women's rights. Isn't it crazy? So many of those women that care so much about women's rights aren't talking about this. Isn't that just like such a huge mask-off moment for this? To me, it's unbelievable that that's even the case. It's crazy. Some footage from Iran in the late 60s. Let me see if I can pull this up.
Let me move these all over to the middle and then have my...
The UK sent... This is Iran?
Welcome to Iran 2026.
On the other side.
Man. Polo.
And I'll have my...
Man.
These two.
It's a nice place. It's a really nice place.
Music coming from
it's like Miami. Yeah.
Or is it coming from...
I mean, really, you look at the city. This is a really nice city too. Do Cuba 1950 versus the 20? Is it true that Cubans still have the same cars that they had whenever we left the Cuba? And they just keep repairing them infinitely, like the ship of Theseus.
But whatever.
They do. Oh my God. Yeah, polo, fucking tennis,
I was up
driving
really late
around in nice cars. Man,
kind of like just making
that's insane.
It's all good with family member. I put what happened with that in chat, and that's why it wasn't live last night. I was gonna go live on the weekend.
Iranians are being
on Friday, but
at the hands of an Islamic
on their way home from work, someone ran into the back of my family member's car.
How the fuck
like
do you think that you got a bunch of those people coming over?
Like, so
the thing is that if you don't want to have a refugee
crisis,
crisis, yeah, obviously you shouldn't bring in a bunch of refugees. But so there's another way to solve it too. Is stop
really fast,
stop the places that are creating refugees from creating them.
and then like basically
Put
like
that fucking Ayatollah,
my
this scumbag, into that
family
Piece of
member's
shit.
car, they like went like
They have.
like forward and hit a Tesla, and that Tesla like jolted forward and hit a
Women,
bunch of other
the only real feminist movement I've seen in my lifetime, the real one.
We only have 2 cars now.
Fucking base.
Which I mean is better than some
Absolutely
people have
fucking
it.
base. Let me
but,
make sure I turn this up, okay?
It's annoying because now I have to like let them use my car. Which is fine. I'm happy to do that, but it's just.
I will report when my mission is complete.
So what are we doing here? I think we're trying to.
Women, the only real feminist movement I've seen in my lifetime, the real one, not this third wave bullshit. The only real feminist movement I've seen is those brave, fearless girls who take off their hijab to dance and sing and get murdered. There's been so many murders. If you go back through each of these uprisings, what you're seeing now is a revolution happening in Iran. And it's a revolution happening by people who don't want to be enslaved by Islam. And right now, they need that wanker in charge of our country. I personally think we should be blowing the shit out of everything that Ayatollah holds. His military.
I see what he's. I don't think we should do that because I think it might radicalize them against us, and it would delegitimize the revolution. It would be like it would now be the revolution that was done by America or the UK. I get like
he knows what he's talking about, at least with that.
Inside of the moment, like
sometimes
obviously
he goes too far with random
but
shit.
I just think
it
could lead to problems down the road.
I like watching his videos, but sometimes he'll go like way too far on something. But then other times he's got the general right idea or whatever. But
I think there's a critical mass point where I would say that the U.S. should help, especially if they're just gunning down all the protesters. I would say, yeah. I mean, there's definitely a point at like the end of Helm's Deep, at the end of the Two Towers, where Gandalf is at the fucking top of the mountain, and he's there, and he charges down and kills them. Yeah, I think that there's a point for that, but you want to make sure that they're there. You do.
Doing the investing thing, or the we're not investing with this like stuff that we did on this guy right here.
Without getting run over.
With funding.
To anyway.
So I guess it's just basically drawing funding from the different countries for our
send them
faction or whatever.
I don't usually like burning things. Will you hold that so it's on me? You know what I mean?
But yeah.
He's saying facts. I left Iran in '79 with my dad when I was 4 because boys older than 7 were no longer being allowed to leave.
Scumbag justifies paedophilia. That country there, out behind.
I swear,
Hamas,
dude, I'm so glad that you know
every terrorist regime that is targeting us, the West, all of us. Yeah, they're weak and they're on their ass because Israel's fucking
I don't really know if I have
since October 7th.
like left or right side of the.
You're right. Israel's totally fucking destroyed them. Like that's our tax money at work, right, guys? And so, they have. They've totally beat the shit out of them.
I'm glad that this is why I'm mousing over now.
Squeegee?
You know what we need to do? We need to bring this guy over here.
I've seen women doing this.
Get this guy.
Just to show their disgust. That's our disgust in Great Britain. Fuck the Ayatollah. Yeah? And freedom. Freedom for all those women. Yeah?
You're gonna burn his fucking hand.
And if you can, there's a demonstration happening right here.
Tommy's pissed there's a lot of extremists in the UK. Yeah, of course, right? I mean, there's a downstream effect of them funding global terror networks, is that those terror networks take root in London. Yeah, that's absolutely true.
There's people outside here every day, yeah? Who come down and support them as members of the British public. Do you know the power went out? The power went out in Iran at 8 p.m. All internet, all phones, all these people who've got family in that country, it's a blackout. It's a blackout because his killing forces have gone butchering citizens, yeah? So show your support this Sunday, 3 p.m. right here. Come down here, show your support. This Sunday, 3 p.m. Here, yeah?
There's a rumor going on the president of Iran is
front of Downing Street.
I mean,
tomorrow and Sunday, I'll be there Sunday reporting for you.
Alright, let's get this
10 Downing Street. Get your asses there. Show some support. Show your disgust at the Islamic regime. And pray that this Ayatollah and their corrupt Islamic supremacist mindset falls. And falls soon, so then you can see other parties in Venezuela that you saw the people celebrating.
True.
Just imagine, Ifechi, how this world would change if we could mass manufacture building materials in an instant. Homes built for mere pennies.
To being a domestic threat than Iran is, number one. Number two,
with
Venezuela
each passing
wasn't
day,
anywhere near a revolution in the same way that Iran is. So basically, like, all we really would have to do in Iran was to maybe do like this. But in Venezuela, we have to go capture the fucking president. And you've got to keep in mind that, you know, their whole government is still there. And it's not like Venezuela is now this democratic Western paradise. They still have these psychos riding around in Venezuela trying to kill people who are supporters of America coming in and getting rid of Maduro, right? So it's not like everything is, you know, like fucking roses and butterflies over there. So that's the reason why. Also, Venezuela is already in America. Well, that's what I was saying, right? Yeah, we've done enough damage over there. We don't need to take a step back and let and before we do more, let the UAE help. Yeah, exactly. Persians are tight with the center right in the UK. The lefties hate them because they're refugees on our side. What a surprise. Yeah, I would have never guessed. And let's see if there's any more of these too, because there's been a lot more.
We found a hab or do a space station. Please zoom out.
Thanks for the question. Yeah, I do my best, right? And I'll see if there's anything more about this that's worth looking at. But yeah, again, this is my favorite one, is the BBC. And this is only possible thanks to Elon Musk. Oh, wow. This is Zafarnia. I think it's I'm saying it. Right now through Starlink. Holy shit.
Can I design one of these things?
She posts a lot. Yeah, I know. She's pretty common, you know, a person that I watch for this stuff. It's been very consistent. Yeah, Elon Musk and SpaceX recently activated Starlink over Iran and are reportedly offering free service through early February 2026 to support connectivity during the government-imposed blackouts. It's so crazy to me that people will get mad about Elon Musk not thinking that, you know, a trans person, you know, is like the same as a biological woman, but they'll ignore the fact that he's providing, you know, internet to a country that's trying to overcome a oppressive, totalitarian, murderous government. Isn't that weird? It's like these little small fucking social identity issues take precedent over literal, you know, national empowerment of an entire group of people. Like, where's the priority list there?
Not to be a dick, but like, there's a reason that
brave Iranians now taking to the streets with the true flag of Iran, the lion and the sun. Man, he did it for Ukraine too. He did.
For a long time.
Yep. Absolutely did.
Watching that.
I like Elon. He might be a little weird, but he's a visionary. Yeah, Elon's. Listen, there's a lot of people that are really successful that are very weird, but that's the way it is. The entire local government municipality building in northern Iran, city of Karaj, is currently engulfed in flames. Well, that doesn't look good. Yeah, that doesn't look good at all. Why doesn't he do it for North Korea? Because they have such a tight, they probably have such a tight grip over, they have such a tight grip over that area that it would be too risky. And also it could damage his relationship with maybe China, and maybe it's not worth it for him. Right, and they have nukes. Well, I don't think it's really that at all. Actually, I think it's the fact that like you need hardware in order to run Starlink, and because North Korea is a much more controlled country, it's harder for them to get that hardware in there to even use Starlink in the first place. You see what I'm saying?
Getting more income.
They probably don't have phones.
We're taking over.
Yeah, exactly. And so is Russia. Yeah, Russia has nukes, and they have no problem doing that with Ukraine. They have direct cell service, no hardware. Yeah, no surprise there at all. And of course, why is the BBC not? Excuse me. Why is the BBC not reporting on this? It is just insane, man. And I think the reason why, as I said, it's because they're totally taken over by a bunch of weirdos. Nowhere in Tehran is silent. What is this? Weirdo activists. They love Islam. Yeah. Anything that is anti-Western, they will support. Elon retweeted me? Tell him thanks. Appreciate it.
Guys, I'm gonna go off mic for a second.
Yeah, I think he's really doing them a huge service.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
Make sure we don't accept Iranian refugees. I've seen a few so far I wouldn't mind accepting.
I might get a copyright strike, which is fine. To be honest, because I don't really have...
Right, I mean, that was my immigration plan. What can I say? So, there's another one here. I went to Tehran, and pushed for Iran to acquire a nuclear bomb. Okay. Yeah, there it is. And it's not in Tehran. Yeah, okay, I was about to say. And where's the rest of these that are worth looking at? You want definitive proof this bitch does not live in Iran? Under a complete and total blackout for all communication except a few Starlink users, Narj has been tweeting non-stop all day, every day. Well, she could also be a government agent. You could think about that, too. So, yeah, there's a now video of now this iconic smoking Persian girl. Is this it? Man. Damn. How about that? I didn't know they had a whole video for it, too. Just burn his bitch ass out.
Look for a live to watch for this, because I think they're like talking about well, I'm not gonna really go into depth because I don't really like to give investment advice, but if you watch the sorry, I'm trying to find a certain not this one. What is that? What channel is this on? It's on Bloomberg. Bloomberg is probably going to be a bitch about copyright, just being a business one. Pluto maybe. Pluto TV. And then if I set it to record it, maybe. I don't know. I think I'm gonna get a copyright strike, but I don't really care because for one, I don't really, particularly I don't really mind having a copyright strike when most of my videos don't have that problem. But like I do occasionally react to stuff, and I don't really find that it has any issues right now while I'm not. Maybe if I have the audio off though, but and leave subtitles on. Give me a second, guys. I'm trying to pull up a certain news thing. Let's see if it's on this. No, it's just some stupid fucking interview. I don't fucking care about this. Dude, what the fuck? I don't know, we'll just keep watching this video, but there's apparently I'll just actually like show you guys what I was talking about with I might as well show you what I was talking about with the oil stock. So you know how, I don't know if you guys know that Trump basically like met with oil executives yesterday, and it kind of pointed out like what was going on with it. I'm just trying to find, because they're talking about it like live right now. Oh no, they're this is old footage that's on the other TV. Sorry, I was watching I just turned over to that other TV while I was getting my comb, and yeah, okay. But I'll just pop this up right here. I highly doubt the White House thing would copyright their videos, you know, because it's a government thing. So,
ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
So, I'm gonna leave that on for now, but, I'm gonna change it back to picture mode, because I want to have the song that's playing on this, window. Let's put that in picture mode, and, pop this up.
By far.
Yeah, basically I was watching this press conference yesterday.
We're doing tremendous things.
Before I took a rest. I normally take a rest after I get done trading because I normally up late live streaming and then I do my trading in the morning. But this guy, or well, I'm not that guy, but like just people on either side of his cabinet ministers or whatever. No, I don't really. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really like.
3 days ago with Venezuela, and we're getting along extremely well with the people.
Let me go back to the beginning.
Venezuela, both the people and the people.
Okay, so all these people right here, these are all like literally all the CEOs of like random oil companies. And he's like, so this from this guy around to these guys. All these guys are oil CEOs, and then if I go to a certain point in the video, he is gonna like point to one of these guys over here and do a little finger gun gesture, and like give him a wink. And my thought on that is that's basically him telling that CEO that they have a deal. Just if you kind of like read into it a little bit.
2% to 5%.
Let me see.
Today,
I think it's one of these guys.
This
guy, this guy.
Employees in 4 different joint ventures in Venezuela today. And over the past 5 to 7 years, they've taken production from about.
I'm gonna be honest, he just like completely like, not even because he didn't want to invest, because I can understand that because it's kind of an unstable region, but just the way he presented it sounded pathetic.
Given the work we've done,
go back if I can.
To the hydrocarbon laws in the country. We're confident
I'm gonna leave
that
this running.
with this administration and President Trump working hand in hand with the Venezuelan government, that those changes can be put in place. And with respect to the Venezuelan government, that perspective we don't have the view on. We haven't talked to the Venezuelan government, and obviously we have yet to assess the people's perspective with respect to ExxonMobil.
All right, let me grab this.
In the short term, there are things that can be done while these longer-term issues are being worked. For us, we haven't been in the country for
taking control.
years. We think it's
ready to go.
Running
critical in the short term that we get a technical team in place
in the
to
U.S.
assess the current state of the industry,
Get our action report out.
Be involved to help the people.
Actually, let's see what is happening
on the market.
With
the invitation of the Venezuelan government,
public campaign.
We are ready to put a team on the ground.
I'm going to be honest, I've kind of been enjoying this game.
We also have a integrated set of capabilities from production to refining to trading, and I think
I will tell our story.
Getting the Venezuelan crude to market and realizing market price to help again.
Where to?
The financial situation.
Ready for my mission.
So those are my short-term perspective that I have. I'd say maybe close to the thank you, Mr. President, for the work you've done to secure not only the national.
I will try to sway the public.
No, I don't want to thank you there.
Making our case.
Okay, there we go.
How long would it take you, Darren, as Exxon to, if we make a deal, and if we make a deal, how long would it take you?
I'm gonna pull up chat, guys, see what everyone's got to say.
Well, the first step, this technical team, as I talked with Secretary Wright earlier this week, we started from the beginning to put the team together so that if and when it was needed, we could hit the ground almost immediately. So we can hit the ground and within the next couple of weeks start the assessment. And then from there, we need to understand.
That's what we want. We want speed and quality. That's what we want. Thank you, Darren. And Conoco, Ryan?
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, so
President.
this is the guy right here is talking right now. This is the guy who's the CEO of
congratulations as well for removing one of
the company I'm invested in, and watch his little hand motion and wink.
Quite amazing. I think you've
when I'm mousing over the wrong one, but watch Trump's hand motion and wink.
Quite remarkable.
He'll like do like a little finger gun thing, and then gives them a wink when it's like
our assets were expropriated. I had a little bit more here when that happened.
Shut up.
And I think we're the largest non-sovereign.
And I had a gut feeling it was going to be Conoco because I did a bunch of research for my trade over the weekend with ChatGPT, searching which one had a history of operating in Venezuela.
Is something that could make a real big difference in Venezuela, and our company certainly stands ready to help in that endeavor. Encourage you to continue to think bigger and even bolder, and we've had some discussions with your energy team about that as well, as we think about the other people that need to be in this room and in this discussion are the banks, and including probably the Exim Bank, as we think about how the debt needs to be restructured and the financing to deliver the billions of dollars that are required to restore their energy infrastructure. And I think as we think that big and bold, we need to be also thinking about even restructuring the entire Venezuelan energy system, including PDVSA. And I think if we can do that and think bold, there's an opportunity to be quick, fast, and restore the quality of what's happened in Venezuela, or what's been lost in Venezuela over the course of the last 25 years. So thank you for this opportunity.
Well, thank you very much, and you'll get a lot of your money back. We're going to start with an even plate, though. We're not going to look at what people lost in the past, because that was their fault. That was a different president. You're going to make a lot of money, but we're not going to go back. You left a lot of money behind, I guess. Huh? What number?
12 billion.
How much?
12 billion.
Well, good write-off.
It's already been written off.
It's been written. All right, thank you. You'll make it back one way or the other. You're all going to do very well. I think really very well. Marco just gave me a note. Go back to Chevron. They want to discuss something. Go ahead. I'm going back to Chevron, Marco. Thank you, Marco.
Was there a question, Mr. President?
Yes, go ahead, Marco. What are you saying here?
Mark, if you can update us on operations in the ground and with the appropriate approvals, what you might be able to achieve in the next 12 to 18 months, give us a little view from the ground.
You bet. So today, Chevron has 3,000 employees in 4 different joint ventures in Venezuela today. And over the past 5 to 7 years, they've taken production from about 40,000 barrels a day to 240,000 barrels a day, essentially getting those facilities and that equipment up to standards that would be something that people in the room would be more accustomed to. Given the work we've done with Secretary Wright and Secretary Burgum and even Secretary Bessent, I think we have a path forward here very shortly to be able to
laying the groundwork.
Our liftings from those joint ventures 100%, essentially effective immediately. We are also able to increase our production within our own disciplined investment schemes by about 50% just in the next 18 to 24 months, and that's just leveraging what's on the ground. So to Secretary Rubio's comments about phase 1, this is taking the momentum of improvements we've already made there locally and building on those and creating more momentum.
Mission in progress.
Do you think you have an advantage being there? You've been there by the skin of your teeth. It's been tough for you to be there, but do you think you have an advantage over the other people in this room by the fact that you are there?
Yeah, I think there are, Mr. President, I think there would be days where it didn't feel like an advantage, and there are days where it does feel like an advantage. But having people on the ground today that care desperately about the people of Venezuela and know how to operate the assets that are there is a definite advantage today.
Would you say the best locations are available, or would you say the best locations are already sort of worked, even though they're in very bad shape? The best locations for finding oil,
our presence
the best
is growing.
locations for oil.
Wrapping up here.
More opportunities than not, Mr.
Prepping
President.
for the next
300 billion barrels of reserves and resources in country. There are lots of opportunities for many companies.
Will you be building new, or will you be using the old infrastructure that you have?
Yeah, today it's a little bit of a mix, but today it's mostly us taking the equipment
We'll be
of
running
today,
this place
getting
in
it to
no
the
time.
standards that we are accustomed to your comments about making it how it should be today. Most of the investments that we've been making are about getting it up to our standards.
Well, I think you're going to make an investment, but you're going to get your money back very quickly, and that's part of our thing. We're going to have you get your money back fast, and then you'll give a lot to Venezuela and to the United States after that.
Your orders.
Okay? So you'll be in good shape. Could I ask Carol Tam to say a few words? He's been a friend of mine for a long time. Very amazing.
Bland. It was the most bland thing when I had to watch it the first time. I don't want to fucking watch that again. Like, I understand that it's like, I don't know, like a big financial event, but it's so bland, I'm gonna be honest. It's like immensely bland. The whole thing with like the whole interview was like very telling on who the I'll go back to the old. I'll just like at least point out what.
Well, I think you're going to make an investment, but you're going to get your money back
So
very.
we'll go to that one.
How to handle that.
I don't care about you, old guy. Come on.
Told me, but about 2 of the wars that he.
Where is it?
Where it hurts, and that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down, but this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch.
Well, he did that.
They've
then,
done a bad
so
job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it. We're watching it very closely. Go ahead,
sure,
please.
these people are annoying. I don't know why these press.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr.
I guess
President.
that they're like, you know, but.
Do you have any comments in reaction to the recent attacks by the Syrian government alignment groups against US-backed Kurdish forces in...
Kids right here.
The stability that I know that this team and your team are able to deliver.
After a couple of these guys speak.
When did you leave Venezuela?
This is still
as a company, we left under the sanctions in 2019. So we had intended to stay, and then when the sanctions went into place, we were required to leave. But very much interested in returning. Have 600 Venezuelans with Halliburton today, all around the world. Look forward to putting them back to work.
Great job. Great
Thank
job.
you.
You'll be back.
Put them back to work.
Please.
Mr. President, I'm Alex Granberg. My company, Aspect Energy, is one of the leading American international wildcatters. We've found significant fields in central
Are
and
you a
south.
wildcatter?
I'm a wildcatter.
That's pretty cool, I'll tell you. I would have been a wildcatter too if I was in. And you've been successfully wildcatting.
We've found significant fields in Central and South
I'm
America,
sorry, but like
in the Middle East, and in
such
Europe.
a weird
We're a leading well
way
producer
of
in
calling
Hungary.
it. Like I don't know.
But probably the most
I know
pertinent
it's probably like a normal
example is,
event, but
is what a wildcatter does is take on risk and try to reduce it, and other people come in and put more capital in later, so we're kind of kickstarters in the oil industry. We went into Kurdistan very early on, back when people told us it wasn't safe and we shouldn't do it. We found a big field there, and it ultimately got to be developed along with one of my colleagues here to be one of the big leading fields in Kurdistan. We think that Venezuela has a tremendous amount of opportunity. If you look at the reinvestment required, the investment required, people are talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. But if you put that in perspective, that's 1 million barrels a day for 15 years. It's $220 billion.
Cracking down.
Cash flow. So
Acknowledged.
What we really need to do is to be able to kickstart production and then reinvest and have the confidence to reinvest. And what you're doing by putting the United States in control of the cash flow coming out of the country, it gives companies like ours the confidence to say we can kickstart this production and then reinvest and reinvest.
I'm thinking I might play a bit of
we've
E4
invested $1 billion
later on the live.
changing
You guys
the
want to see
trajectory
that?
of Hungarian oil production.
So
we were
we'll
only
see.
able to do that not because
and
we
if,
could write $1 billion check, we're a
I
smaller
might split up
company,
into
but
two
because we
videos
reinvest all the cash flow back into new production.
Good.
Mark
Good
Nelson.
job.
Mark Nelson with Chevron.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Claudio Scalzi, and ICO, Italy. We started working in Venezuela in 1980. We have a lot of oil, but now just the gas is flowing because it's not under sanction. And as my colleague from Repsol said, we cover more than about 50% of the electricity in the country. So that is essential to avoid any kind of problem, social problem. We own about 4 billion barrels of reserves, so a huge amount in the Orinoco Belt, in the central Venezuela. We have now in the country 500 people.
Establishing our presence.
And we are ready to invest. Clearly, we are ready to invest. We thank you for the big efforts and the efficiency of your action, and we are here. And we are here to work together with the U.S. We are also a big investor in the U.S.
I don't know how it got Albania.
We thank you again, and we are there, and we are also ready to join with American companies in our assets to develop and go faster with good investors and good know-how from the U.S. company.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You've done a great job. Thank you very much.
Mr. President Ross Perot, good to see you again. I'm chairman of Hillwood and HKN Energy. I've been in the energy business 45 years, and we've
gained significant support.
With your team quite a bit. We have been in Kurdistan now for 19 years, along with Alex, and built a very good business. But now with your team, we're looking in Syria. We're now in Libya, and so we are very excited to look at Venezuela with you and your group, and look forward to continuing to build this great industry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you for having us here today. Wael Salwan from Shell. Of course, we have a huge presence here in the U.S., in the Gulf, as well as in Pennsylvania with a petrochemical facility, which I think we had the opportunity to host you at, as well as being one of the largest LNG off-takers of American LNG. We have been in Venezuela for a very long time. We actually drilled in 1914 the first well that discovered oil in Venezuela, and on the back of which the entire energy industry was established in Venezuela. When we left in the 1970s, because
restoring
of
order,
we had 1 million barrels per day of
standing
production.
by.
But we have kept boots on the ground in Venezuela all this time, and we now have a few $1 billion worth of opportunities to invest in, subject to OFAC approval. So we are ready to go and looking forward to the investments in support of the Venezuelan people.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ben Marshall, the America's CEO for Vitol. Alongside Trafigura, we're very thankful to have worked with the government and the Venezuelans to be able to bring the crude oil to market at a market price as quickly as we can to help stabilize the country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan Lance, ConocoPhillips. I'll defer to my colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. President. Olivier Lepoche, CEO of SLB, or formerly known as Schlumberger, the largest global
also
oilfield
worth
service.
pointing out about this, so if you go to when this guy was talking, and where's the other guy? It's more over here, but so this guy, and what some dude over here sitting, like over in this part of the screen. I don't know if you can see where my mouse is, but it's basically on the left side of the table. The bald dude in center screen, and the dude next to the dude in glasses in the middle. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but basically the bald dude in the center of the screen is basically I'm pretty sure his company is gonna go up tomorrow. Now, I'm not sure, but you see like little like hints, also like where it says something like, I'll defer to my blah 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 colleagues, whatever. My thought on why he does that is it's probably something like he's not allowed to talk about it until something's announced. You know, so like my best guess on why that is because I'm not sure, but I think that there's probably like some kind of like thing being announced. I don't know though. Let's keep back on the game though.
Investing hard in the country, following your recommendation, if you allow us, of course, and in the framework, commercial and legal framework that could allow this growth. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job you've done. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you for having me. Matt Sheehy, I'm with Tallgrass Energy. We are an infrastructure business, so whether it's oil, gas, CO2, we move that around. So most of my customers are sitting around the table and happy to lend our expertise to what's going on in Venezuela to support the people. And obviously infrastructure is going to be critical to see it repaired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you. An honor to be here. Marianne Mannon, Marathon Petroleum. We are one of the largest U.S. refiners. On behalf of the men and women of Marathon Petroleum and of our industry, thank you and the administration for what you're doing for U.S. energy independence. We have the ability and the capability of our assets to process Venezuelan crude, and the people of Marathon Petroleum stand ready to do so.
Do we need more refineries in our country?
In the U.S., probably
Yes.
not. We have sufficient capacity.
That's amazing. A lot of it was approved during my first term. We were getting you approvals that nobody could have gotten in Louisiana and other places. And They
You
got
must
built.
persuade the people.
Before that, it was a disaster. We didn't have the refineries. Now we do because of the first term. Please.
Darren Woods, ExxonMobil.
I understand that he's a pretty good president sometimes, but
Thank you,
like
Mr.
with some
President.
things like this,
Jeff
but like
Hildebrand, founder
most of the time,
and
he just
chairman
kind
of
of like
Mum's
last years were a blur of doctors and
private energy companies
I don't know.
in
I feel like
America.
sometimes
Who's
he, like,
bigger, you?
Order
or
is
us?
returning.
We're close.
I don't know.
We're close. Harold.
But,
Absolutely, Mr. Ham.
He's not really even a
but
good
thank
president.
You for your,
He just like
great, tremendous
good
leadership in protecting the
like,
interests of the Western
business
Hemisphere.
administration. He's not
The
really a
message
good
that you have sent to China and our enemies
know.
to stay out of our backyard is absolutely fantastic. So thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you very much.
And finally,
like,
Hillcorp
it is what it is,
fully committed
but-
and ready to go to rebuilding the infrastructure in Venezuela.
You'll go there? You'll be going?
Yes.
Good. That's good. You'll be very happy.
Thank you very much.
To be fair though,
Thank
stuff
you, Mr.
like
President.
this
Jeff
video
Miller, CEO of
of like
Halliburton
him
Company.
like
We are the largest
literally interviewing all
American
these oil
oilfield
CEOs
services company.
is
We're the
literally
second largest in the world.
guaranteedly to have
Been in
major
business
bad
over 100
PR
years.
among,
Started
like,
operations in
people
Venezuela
who
in
don't like big business.
1938.
And I don't really care because I do stock trading regularly.
I personally lived
so
there for
I'm
4
used to
years
this type of
and
stuff, like
raised my kids there.
watching
So
this on the
quite
news.
familiar with Venezuela.
So I understand,
and
like,
just couldn't
where,
express gratitude
you know,
more so for the opportunity
but
to
I've found them
return
less
to Venezuela
annoying as time has
under,
gone on, but I still do find them
the
annoying.
stability that I know
These, like,
that this
random
team and your team are able to deliver.
Schillmeisters and,
So
When
I think
did you
it's-
leave?
Huh?
When
People
did you
just,
leave
like,
Venezuela?
obsessed with
As a
money.
company, we left under the sanctions in 2019.
Shill
So
is
we
not
had
like me
intended to
saying
stay,
it's
and then
like,
when the sanctions went into place, we were required to
whatever.
leave.
It's just me
But
saying,
very
like,
much
they're
interested in
obsessed with
returning.
money.
Have 600 Venezuelans with Halliburton today, all around the world. Look forward to putting
Probably
it
gonna
back
get
to work.
Our
fired.
cause is
job.
unjustified.
Great job. You'll be back.
I don't know. That's sort of.
Please.
Mr. President, I'm Alex Panberg. My company, Aspect Energy, is one of the
Prepping
leading
for next
American
mission.
International wildcatters.
We'll be
We've
ready
found
for you
significant
orders soon.
fields in
Wildcatter.
Central
Are you a
South-
wildcatter?
Wildcat.
That's pretty cool, I'll tell you. I would have been a wildcatter too if I was in. And you've been
Like, dude,
successfully
who cares?
wildcatting.
We've found significant fields
I
in
swear it's
Central and
impossible
South
to be
America,
moderate
in the Middle East, and in Europe.
and like
We're the
say
leading
the
oil
things that
producer
people
in
do that are
Hungary.
good
But our
nowadays,
probably
and
the
also
most
say the
pertinent
things that
example
do
is,
that are bad
what a
that
wildcatter
they do.
does is take on risk.
Mainly
and
because,
try to
like, people
reduce
get,
it,
like,
and other
butthurt
people
about
come in and
everything
put
you
more
say
capital
that
in later, so
slightly
we're kind of
disagrees with their
kickstarters
politics one way
in
or
the oil
another.
industry.
You know, and
We
it's
went
like,
into Kurdistan
holy shit, dude.
very early
Do you
on.
not
Back when
understand
people
that
told
sometimes
us it
people
wasn't
have,
safe
like,
and we shouldn't do it.
differing
We found a big
opinions
field
than
there,
just
and
whatever
ultimately
your
got to be
fucking
developed
politics is,
along
you
with
know?
one of my colleagues here
That's
to
my
one of the big
opinion on
leading
things,
fields in
People are
Kurdistan.
fucking stupid nowadays,
We
I
think
swear.
that Venezuela has a tremendous amount of opportunity.
let's,
If
get
you
this
look
going.
at the reinvestment required, the investment required, people are talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. But if you put that in perspective, that's 1 million barrels a day for 15 years is $220 billion net cash flow. So what we really need to do is to be able to kickstart
Turning up the
production
heat.
and then reinvest and have the
Your
confidence
orders?
to reinvest. And what you're doing by putting the United States in control of the cash flow coming out of the country gives companies like ours the confidence to say we can kickstart this production and then reinvest and reinvest. In Hungary, we've invested $1 billion in changing the trajectory of Hungarian oil production. But we were only able to do that
Investigating
not because
alien
we could write
site.
$1 billion check. We're a smaller company, but because we reinvest all the cash flow back into new production.
Good.
Mark
Good
Nelson.
job.
Mark Nelson with Chevron.
Sure.
Again.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
So this-
President.
these
I'm
Chevron
Claudio
guys,
Scalzi, and I CEO
the Exxon
Italy.
guy, and this guy.
We started working in
Okay.
Venezuela in
This guy.
1980. We have
That
a lot
bald
of
guy right there
oil, but
on the edge
now
of the
just the gas is flowing because
These
it's
are the
not
guys who
under
are gonna
sanction. And as
make the
my colleague from
big
Repsol
money.
said, we cover
Not big
more
money,
than
but like,
about 50%
essentially
of
they're
the
like
electricity in the country. So that is essential to avoid any kind of problem, social problem. We own about
this
4
bald guy right here is the
billion
one who
barrels
is,
of reserves. So a
getting the
huge
deal, I'm pretty
amount
sure.
in the Orinoco Belt, in the central Venezuela. We have now in the country 500 people, most Venezuelan, and we are ready to invest. Clearly, we are ready to invest. We thank you for the big efforts, and the efficiency of your action, and we are here. And we are here to work together with the U.S. We are also a big investor in the U.S. So we thank you again, and we are there. And we are also ready to join with American companies in our assets to develop.
Thereby,
out of our backyard is absolutely fantastic. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
And finally, Bill
invest in
And you have a military presence there, which you could expand to affect the security.
Because when we own it, we defend it. You don't defend leases the same way. You have to own it. And
sanctions
with Chairman of Hill energy off-takers of American million barrels per day of production. But we have kept boots on the ground in Venezuela.
With the government and the Venezuelans to be able to bring the crude oil to market at a market price as quickly as we can to help stabilize the country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan Lance, ConocoPhillips. I'll defer to my colleagues.
I defer to your colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. President. Olivier Lepoche, CEO of SLB, or formerly known as Schlumberger, the largest global oilfield services. We have been in Venezuela since 1930, and we still operate. We operate today on the ground with and in support of Chevron. We have ability to scale. We have 1,100 Venezuelans in the company, 2,000 additional that are calling us to go back to country and to go back to work. We're able to mobilize in the last 18 months 2 rigs and deliver 50 wells with success. So we're here. We have knowledge of the subsurface like nobody else has. We have boots on the ground, capacity on the ground, $700 million of equipment value.
Of course, there was an accident. Frankly, I'm surprised it took this long. Just get the recovery crew in there to salvage the gear ASAP. Worry about the bodies later. The delays are costing us. Chairman Soren van Beek, Internal Memo.
Giving us to be successful on behalf of the Venezuelan oil and gas industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, check this out. They say the very best for last. And I don't have that sexy accent like this guy next to me here. Mr. President, my name's Bill Armstrong of Armstrong Oil and Gas. I'm a private, independent guy, and in real estate, so wear that motto proudly. But like you, I was my own guy, and I don't have shareholders. I don't have private equity partners, but I've been drilling all over the place. In fact, I had the largest discovery in Alaska. Biggest discovery in 50 years in our country. I now control 8 million acres adjacent to Venezuela, so I'm already heavily invested in the area. We share a 150-mile border with Venezuela in the countries of Aruba and Curacao, and we are ready to go to Venezuela. It is, in real estate terms, it is prime real estate, and it's kind of like West Palm about 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Very ripe.
Yep. I agree with you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Like, yep, I agree with you.
So, I think what we're going to do is speak without the press to these gentlemen.
Now
see
watch what he does.
Deal we can make. We're going to get them involved. I'm going to ask
so the bald guy center
Doug
screen
and Chris and some of the people that we have from a business standpoint representing our country to start talking about the confines of a deal. I have an idea what I want, what I think we should have. We have to get them to invest, and then we have to get their money back as quickly as we can, and then we can divvy it all up between Venezuela, the United States, and them. I think it's simple. I think the formula is simple. We start with a brand new plate, and it's going to be a tremendous success. I think it's going to be probably like
new plate, meaning not
few other things could ever be. You know.
Also, the only reason I'm reacting to this is because this is what I'm investing in right now. That's not to
really
say that you guys should invest in it or don't, but you know, because I can get in trouble for saying like invest in this, don't invest in that on YouTube.
These are the biggest people, and it'll change very rapidly.
I'm just gonna say I am. Do your own research when you do investing,
and we will see what kind of a deal.
Yeah, I don't really normally talk about it on my channel.
Thank you all very much.
I have a separate channel for podcasts that I do.
Understand what boring.
You know, it's like. It's not even my podcast, it's basically my script that I generate with ChatGPT, and then I feed it into an AI voice. It's kind of slimy, but I have my own channel for gaming that I do for fun.
Recon complete.
To narrate another fucking thing.
in order to form a more perfect union.
I'm just gonna say what I know a lot of people are thinking right now. 2026 already feels like it's gonna be the craziest year ever. I mean, 2025 was already crazy enough in its own right, but if you look at what's been going on ever since the new year, is it just me or does it feel like the world is spiraling towards chaos? Things that seem genuinely
We'll bring this
insane.
nation to our side.
Because let's just imagine we went back in time 5 years ago. If I told you about some of the things that are happening now, like even literally within the first week of 2026, you would think I'm crazy, you wouldn't believe me. You would probably think we're living in a simulation or something. If I were to tell you back then that we would literally capture the sitting president of a foreign country and then put him in a Nike Tech outfit, you'd probably think that I'm making this story up. If I were to tell you back then that there would be a bunch of Somalians in Minnesota running this massive daycare fraud scheme with a quality leering center, you would also probably think I'm joking, like this can't be real. And if I were to tell you back then that in 2026, our government is literally run by a group of PDFs.
His channel's pretty good, Alex Way. I don't want to react to him because he doesn't do any sponsors, and he doesn't do any like he keeps his channel like pretty good. So I'm not really gonna react to him mainly because I don't want to like infringe on his content when he just posted this a day ago. It's not like it is kind of news, this guy, but it's not the kind of news where it's like gonna expire. And I don't want to steal his content. I mean, I don't really think he'd consider it stealing because he does sort of react to stuff. But I mean, he's a good guy. He's not really trying to react to stuff in a way where it's like, not this guy. This guy's a little like this guy right here is he's smart about what he talks about sometimes, but he's also dumb about some of the stuff.
The trend among Iranian women is now unstoppable. Bro, they putting them on pack watch. Oh my god. Yep, there you go. And so actually, like, yeah, rest in piss, bozo. They're tired of them. And the thing is, too, you have all these women over in Iran that you see, they're not wearing anything over their fucking head. They're wearing whatever the hell they want. So I'm glad to see this. Absolutely. And so Iran banned Starlink, but Elon did beam Starlink over Iran. They need to smuggle the terminals in. Yeah. Would you support airstrikes on Iranian leadership? I would really, really, really think that's a bad idea. I would use that as like a last resort because I worry that if America, like, if they do it, I'm going to think that it basically, I think it will turn out badly. But I would be like, you know, let's see what happens. I don't want them to do that. I think they should only do that if they're certain that the people will either get massacred by the the military, or they won't be able to overrun the military, right? Because the military is just like free firing on its people. Like if that happened, I would say, okay, yeah, maybe we could help them out, right? I think that's fair. But in general, no, I don't want to see that happen. And the reason why isn't because I disagree with, the protesters. It's because I want Iranians to have ownership of this regime change. I want them to have ownership of this revolution. And I think that the moment that American bombs start dropping, the moment that American soldiers get involved, now it's no longer the Iranian revolution. It's the regime change that was basically facilitated by America. The Islamic regime has completely shut down the internet in Iran. So it is down to 0%. And so you have only a handful of people that are out there in Iran that are able to protest. The Iranian anti-regime protesters in Tehran have now arrived in a Missouri street and are a few hundred meters away from the Central Command Staff and the IRGC. So it's the IRGC's headquarters for the Iranian capital city. So they're basically about to get to the main, they're one of the main bases.
Prepping for mission.
Main base. Main base has been occupied.
If this happens in what's this here? If this happens fast enough, we in Israel could open up a disaster migration hospital as we sent to Japan and Nepal. Go Iranians. Yeah, I know there's a lot of Israelis that want to see this happen too. And there it is. Dutchmen demanding asylum centers must be in the country. Oh, this is another one too here. The battles continue. This is in Iran? Holy shit. Look at that. But this time we definitely put in the right guy. I think that what they need to do is they need to have an actual election or whatever they want to do. If they want to just bring in the king again and say, we want a king again, then I think that's totally up to them. I don't have a problem with what Iran wants to do. I do have a problem with telling them what to do. So yeah, and I'm talking to someone who's in Iran right now who's part of the protest. They're confirming a lot of the social media reports. Yeah, so Iran's need to handle their business with very minimum US aid is possible. I think it is possible. And I think the reason why is that you're seeing a lot of the population that's roaching out already too. Like even you've already had a few days ago,
We're taking
you
over.
had the police roaching out. The police now are abandoning their posts. They're abandoning, you know, their position. And now you're also having the military become fractured as well. So you're already having the breakdown of the power structure that effectively keeps the government in control, and it's happening. Because really, if you lose the military, you lose. Because the military is the deciding factor whether you're going to win or not. So the moment that the military steps down, the moment the military says enough is enough, we're not going to support, we're not going to be in favor of shooting our own people for protesting against the government, right? And wanting freedom, basically, because you got to keep in mind that Iran is a lot different than in America. In America, you can protest and you can express yourself. You have freedom of speech to a pretty large degree. You can pretty much say what you want. And on top of that, maybe besides like a threat or something like that, or probably doxing, other than that, you can say whatever you want to say in the United States. And also, you can have whatever political opinion you want. In Iran, I think this is something that Westerners really don't understand, is that this is a totalitarian, tyrannical, religious, fundamentalist, psychopath government.
I'm here.
They literally kill people for disagreeing with them. They arrest people all the time for basically no reason other than violating their imaginary religious laws. These people are just totally fucking oppressed. So they don't get a chance to, at the ballot box, vote on these issues. They don't vote on the Ayatollah. They don't vote on these laws. These laws are they're basically pressed onto them and forced onto them by the government. And if you disagree with that, you're dead. And so keep that in mind whenever you're comparing this with the, American protesters, because the American protesters have every opportunity to vote. They have every opportunity to have their opinions heard. They have every opportunity to, gather and peacefully assemble. And they have every opportunity to even run for government themselves. But for whatever reason, they think that they're basically, this is what a real revolution, this is what a real protest looks like, and this is what actual oppression looks like, is you have people getting shot in the streets by the government. And so is this the one that I had seen before? Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Holy. See that? Russia's cooked? Well, why the fuck would they, coming from a vet, it's great to see this. Yeah. Iran, you literally put your life on the line. If they don't overthrow the IRGC, all these people will be executed. Yeah. You have to keep this in mind, too, is that everybody who's in on this protest, they effectively have gone all in. Let's say you're gambling, right? They have gone all in with this protest. And that's why you see a lot of the videos that are being released are pixelated, so that people aren't able to be identified. Look at this. Persia's gonna come back. I wonder if they're gonna rename it to Persia. That would be pretty crazy if they did. I don't think that'll happen, but I feel like symbolically that would mean a lot. The anti-regime protesters set fire to the radio station. Oh, probably for propaganda. You see, they have all the filters and everything on it. That's so the government can't retaliate against the people that are protesting, and even discussing it at all. And Iranian anti-regime protesters launched an giant name Persia. It was given to them by the Romans 2,000 years ago. It's not their name. Completely understandable. It should be their decision regardless. Just giving my take on it. Do you think the Crown Prince will try to slither into power? I think that he'll be a great intermediary, and if the people there want to vote and decide him to be their leader, I think that he should be their leader. And I think that he's definitely the best intermediary for Iran. Like, nobody else is a better intermediary. So, I mean, I don't know, like, you might not like the guy, you might not agree with what he's saying or whatever, but you can't deny that this person does have the highest approval in terms of a leadership position inside of Iran. So that's what my perspective is, right? I know that, right? Yeah, exactly. And so how Democrat sanctuary city works? Yeah, exactly, right? And so we're supposed to
Violence debate.
And this is also Tehran, too. That's their main city. Holy shit. Clear, please touch the Iran English channel out. Iran International English out on X. Okay. Yeah, I know there's a lot of different places that you guys want me to look. I'm doing my best to find everything, but it's hard to do. And so Iranian Islamic security forces opened fire with live ammunition against anti-regime protesters. Keep in mind, too, how many people aren't talking about this. They're talking about, like, the the virtue of a woman trying to run over an officer with a car, or maybe not trying to, just doing it accidentally, and incidentally, excuse me. They're discussing the virtue of that, but they're not talking about the virtue of these people overthrowing a tyrannical Islamist government. Where are the feminists? They're not there. And so that's it. This is a guy who got his ass beat. Yep, there we go again. And what is this? Massive anti-regime protests?
We'll turn down the heat.
Acknowledged.
Do you seriously think Iran will be better? Half the people will support the new government, and the Middle East will be a war-torn hellhole nonetheless? I mean, I think it'll be better than it is now. Yeah, probably. I mean, it's really bad now. It's extremely fucking bad. I don't think people understand how bad it actually is. Yeah, it's already, like, they're already, basically Iran, as like a geographic entity, should be one of the top 10 countries in the world in terms of GDP. Really. It's right next to a bunch of other extremely rich countries. I think they have oil, obviously. They have, like a huge amount of, like, sea area. There's no reason that Iran shouldn't be a rich country. I mean, there's a reason why Xerxes almost took over the fucking world, right? So Iran, Persia, used to be like a massive world power, and there's a reason for that. So the truth is that, yeah, I mean, things could always get worse, but it's like, you think about it like Dungeons and Dragons, for example, right? And gambling with your own life, but you just think about it logically. If you rolled a 4, let's say, which I would say 4 out of 20 is how I would rate the Iranian government. It seems like maybe, I'd say probably even more like a 2 or a 3. I guess it could be like North Korea, but it's still really bad. Do you re-roll the dice or not? I'd say you re-roll the dice, don't you? So that's what they're doing. 2 for me, right? It's like, and I understand that, this kind of stuff is, it's like using metaphors like that can seem like you're trivializing it, but I'm just trying to use an example that people can understand. That's all. I'm not trying to trivialize it. I'm just trying to make it understandable for people that might not be as familiar with what this is. So yeah, reset the game, time to mulligan, exactly. And they're also, the thing is also, Iran is the #1 sponsor for terrorism. They are the ones that are destabilizing the entire region. I would say that Iran, and to be fair, also Israel, but primarily Iran, is the primary destabilizing force in all of the Middle East. If you get rid of Iran's leadership, you're probably going to have, there are going to be ripple effects of that are going to affect tons of people. Live ammo being used. Is this from one of our viewers? Yes? So this video right here got sent to my mods. This is from one of my viewers that's in Iran right now. Iran Houthis
Things
and
are
Hamas
stabilizing.
Yeah, like, I mean, Yemen is terrorized by the Houthis. I think it's Lebanon for Hezbollah, and Hamas is getting people killed in Palestine too. Think about how many millions of lives are going to be lost once these psychos are done. I don't think people understand how big of a deal this is going to be. Anti-Iranian regime protesters have taken control of the central parts of the town tonight. The lion and the sun flag is flying high, and people are chanting, "Long live the Shah." Holy shit. Influential. But that's because they try to be. I think that maybe a country like Saudi Arabia could be, but it doesn't try to do that. He's tying it up. Turkey?
Ready for my mission.
I always forget about Turkey. I wouldn't really say, I mean, I don't know. I have to really think about it. Does Dubai not have a military? I really don't know about that. Holy shit. Imagine being this guy. Really. Think about that. That's fucking insane. You're the guy. Oh my god. Yeah, absolute aura. Yeah, bro, look at that. Hero aura? Absolutely. I love to see this. This is awesome. This is amazing. It's a historic moment. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. This guy's going to be immortalized by a history book. Well, he'll probably be immortalized by at least an Asmongold TV YouTube video, okay? So, yeah, you got even more of this here in common. This is Iran's 7th largest city. Thousands of brave Iranian women have joined the protests. And you see also, like, there's another thing too, is that women in Iran are uniquely oppressed because they have to wear things over their head and everything like that. There was even somebody who was killed, this was a few years ago, for not wearing their head covering. So women, and this is something that I always find to be so weird, is that Western feminists seem to have this massive blind spot for the Islamic control over women. I really don't like this because, again, you can say that, well, that's their culture, they're going to have their own thing, they're going to do their own thing. But, like, whenever you see the women that are in this country that are, like, saying, we don't want to be killed and oppressed and, you know, like, tortured by this, I mean, you should be behind them as a Western feminist, right? You absolutely should be. I mean, if Trump said he was going to do this, you'd be losing your fucking mind, right? So I think that it's purely, you know, white people bad, basically. I think that's the reason why they don't go after this, which is very annoying to see, considering that something like feminism it's unironically something that Iran needs. Well, I mean, apparently it's something that it has. So yeah, me and all the Iranians have been outside of Iran, and the ones that are in Iran, especially being devoted to the protests, I wish more people would talk about this. It's so embarrassing that I'm one of the only people that's talking about this. And I know that I don't really do a great job explaining everything. I'm not a fucking expert in this. But at least I try to play the clips and talk about them and spread awareness. There's a lot of people that are just pretending like this doesn't exist. And it's very weird for me to see this. It's weird whenever it happens, and it happens all over the world. And I think that there is this massive, tremendous, overwhelming blind spot that Western, like, commentary people have for any sort of, you know, any of these Islamic Muslim countries and just Middle Eastern countries in general. It's not exclusive to Islam, where they just don't talk about them at all, and I find it to be very problematic. It's bad. Iranians are also going back to Iran to protect their families? Yeah, of course. Can you speak out more? You know what I'm seen as racist? I think so. Russia's really getting backed into a corner? They are. The blind spot is intentional? I think it is. I think that they're intentionally ignoring it because it's inconvenient for their worldview. And I think that the reason, that's why it's not being covered by the BBC a lot. That's the reason why it's not being covered in Europe a lot. Because really, as an American, like Iran having this happen is substantial and it's, you know, it's influential and it matters. But
Order
I mean, think
is
about
returning.
it, like Europe's a lot fucking closer, right? So they should be talking about it all the time. Why are they not talking about it? I think they're not talking about it. This is a conspiracy theory, but I think I'm right. Is that they're not talking about it because they don't want to be seen as people that are, you know, denigrating or downgrading or speaking negatively against Islamism, because they try to create the narrative that the people that are coming over from a lot of these countries are totally assimilable, you know, are totally assimilating into, you know, European culture. So if you're showing that even in Iran, people don't want to put up with this bullshit anymore, then how are you going to convince the European people that they should put up with this shit if Iran doesn't even want to put up with it? Do you see what I'm saying? So it's all about creating and protecting a narrative and making sure that that narrative is never challenged by any sort of inconvenient
We'll be ready for new
reality,
orders
like
soon.
the fact that Iran is going through a 47-year, you know, in the making revolution. So people understand that you can overthrow corrupt governments. I don't think that's the reason either. I don't. I think that it's purely an identity-based reason, personally. So let me go back. I'll look at this. And Trump did talk about it a little bit here. Huge crowds arriving in Tehran. This is obviously their main city. Look at this. That's a lot of fucking people. Probably due to money. I don't know if it is or not. Does this count as a world war? No. There's not really a war going on. It's just an internal civil war. It's inside of Iran. I don't see anybody really influencing this or doing anything else. BBC are showing live footage right now? Sure, but how much are they covering it? I'm not saying they haven't covered it at all, but I'm saying that overwhelmingly I don't think that they've covered it that much. So let's see if I can find a few more of these. Oh, there's another one. Holy shit, look at everybody. Oh my god. According to Turkish media, 38 have been killed. There's no way it's only 38 people. There's no way. Iran has like, what, 70, 80 million people in it? Like, there's no way it was only 38 people. Like, really, I mean, I find that to be extremely unlikely. I wouldn't even believe 380. I bet probably 1,000. 90? 86, yeah, I thought it was like, was it like 70 or 80 million? That's what I thought, yeah, something like that. I mean, it's around there. It's 38 today. Okay, that's more believable. Yeah, I mean, these people are fucking psychos. This is like everything that a deranged weirdo on Twitter thinks that American government is what the Iranian government actually is. That's the difference. Yeah, average day in Detroit. Fuckers also attack a hospital in one of the small cities. People pushing narrative this is Mossad or CIA is doing. I think that it's undeniable that Iran having a revolution is in the best interest of Israel, and it's also in the best interest of America. This is
restoring
true.
order.
It's undeniable. Now, does it become a bad thing because it coincides with being in the best interest of Israel? I think that's just stupid thinking, right? I mean, there are things that Israel wants, and other things that could be good. There's other things that Israel wants that are bad. I think the reality is that this is obviously a good thing, period. Why can't you admit that Israel literally single-handedly removing terror organizations one by one in the world is making it a better place? Like, you can't see it, you're just blinded by hate. Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, and Iran. When have I ever said that? I supported Israel killing terrorists. When did I ever not support that? Like, I don't know, what are you even talking about? Like, go back and look at the videos. Like, just because my main gripe and my main problem that I have with Israel is entirely surrounded inside of the United States. It's all about the United States. Like, what Israel is doing in the Middle East, I mean, like, it's gray. It's very, very gray. Some parts of it are not gray, right? Like bombing hospitals with kids, killing kids. But there's other parts of it that are, like, you know, going after terrorist threats, etc. So I'm not trying to make a distinction. I don't think you can make a categorical distinction on everything Israel's done. But what I can say is in the United States, I don't want to see Israel being a policy decider in the United States. And I think that's totally fair for me as an American to say. I don't think Israel would want me to be, telling them what to do either. I think it's very fair. Oh, this is, holy shit. They're burning down regime buildings? Wow. Holy. This is a new one. I haven't seen this at all. Hamas put their missiles in hospitals and schools, so Israel supported, just let themselves get bombed. I get it. I understand. Listen, I know all the arguments. I've read it many times. I know what you're saying, but at the same time, I think Israel can do a better job, and I think their expansion is too much. So, and also, by the way, a lot of the Israeli people think that. Many of them, don't they all think Netanyahu is a warmonger? Like, this is the Israeli people. This isn't my opinion. This is like their opinion over there of him. A lot of people, some people are saying yes, no, they don't. Oh, maybe I'm misinformed. But my understanding is that his approval is not universal in Israel either. Anyway, listen, guys.
Going after their people.
My point is that just because something aligns with the best interests of the government of Israel or the government of the United States or both, like in Iran's case, that doesn't make it a bad thing. That doesn't make it a bad thing categorically. It does mean that you should approach it with trepidation, though, which is justified and fair.
We'll be running this place in no time.
And you should be skeptical. You should absolutely be skeptical. Israel's very liberal, divided like the United States. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I don't really know. And let's just be friends here, Israeli here. I want to be friends. I just don't want you guys to be, look, I just don't want to get bribed, okay? So yeah, they're burning down the entire fucking buildings. Holy fuck, man. Like, I do really think, like, at this point, what do you guys think that they're cooked? I mean, I feel like it's so obvious they're cooked. It's over. It's so over. Yeah, it's done. Yep, it's not if, but when. I think so too. We'll build it. The building's sure. Yes, the building's cooked. You're right. Yeah, it's getting totally fucking barbecued, isn't it? And so there it is. And so yeah, I'm just reading some of these here too. And let's see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can pull some of these up. I've got friends of mine that are sending me images and links as well. Some people that have family in Iran, and they're trying to link it and show it to me. So here's another one here. A large number of protesters took part this evening in the city of Mashhad of northeastern Iran. Need the military, though? They're gaining the support of the military. They are. They're massively gaining it. Is an S-fan Iranian? He is. Is not the first revolution the actual regime is facing? Yeah. Yes, so is Jay. I have a lot of friends from Iran. Like Train, Jay, S-Fan, all from Iran. Persian. Yeah. Here's another one. Are they taking down a flag? Yeah, that's what it's got to be. The guy's up there. Unfortunately, Iran has two militaries, one normal military and one simping for the Ayatollah. Yeah, the IRGC is the Ayatollah military. And so, like, that's really, those are the real bad guys. If they can overcome the IRGC, it's over. I mean, like, that's the only real inhibitor to everything not being immediately on fire. The difference is that this time the people are united more than ever. It seems that way. Do you think Prince will become the leader or some other form of government? I think that immediately afterwards, the Shah will probably come back, Reza Pahlavi. Well, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, by the way. But, like, he will probably come back and be, like, an interim leader. And then they'll probably transition to whatever they transition to after that. Like, I don't know the history of Persia and Iran very well. So they might have a historical leadership system that they would prefer for a cultural reason. And so I can't really know that, but I think that's the start point that I think that they're going to have. Marco Rubio? No. They're taking down the cameras, the government surveilling. Oh, that's the camera. Oh my God. They're under the Brits for a long time? Yeah, I don't know about that. And so, yeah, there's even more of this that's going on. Let me see if I can find any more of these. Oh yeah, Trump did talk about this. Trump says the U.S. will hit the Islamic regime very hard if they keep killing people in the streets of Iran.
Probably better than anybody. They're doing very poorly. And I have let them know that if they, as you know, probably better than anybody, they're doing very poorly. And I have let them know that if they start killing people, which they tend to do during their riots.
That's what they do.
If they do it, we're going to hit them very hard. As you know, probably better than anybody, they're doing very poorly. And I have let them know that if they start killing people, which they tend to do during their riots, they have...
Yeah, I mean, again, I hope that we don't do this unless we absolutely have to. Like, I would support doing it if it saves, like, thousands or maybe tens of thousands of Iranian lives from, like, their oppressive military. I would maybe support it, but I really, really do not want to do it. I really do not want to do it. I think it's such a risky move, and, like, the problems that it could create would be, like, this could create a problem in, like, 18 years. You see what I'm saying? It's like such a huge, like, oh fuck. And I think that even if Iran does have the revolution, there are going to be nationalist Islamist people that are going to say that the only reason why this revolution happened is because of Israel. It's because of America. And they're going to be loyal to that same regime. And they're not going to just totally go away. They're not. But, like, it's really about how many of them there are and how much power they have. But they take the threat seriously. Hopefully they will, right? It's not my problem. Our allies are the Saudis. They're closer. Yeah, but think about it like this. Yeah, Saudi Arabia is our ally, absolutely way more than Iran. But that doesn't. Number one, that doesn't always have to be the case.
We lost
and
their trail.
Number two, they can both be our allies. And number two,
wrapping up here.
Think about how much we have to spend on dealing with the secondary effects of Iranian terrorism. Think about how many millions and billions of dollars we have to spend every year dealing with, you know, all the terrorist groups they fund, all of the different, like, ships that those people are taking over, right? The number two. Did I say two? Wait, what do you mean? And sometimes I'm talking, right? Sometimes I'm just talking and I just say things. Sorry about that. I don't know. And so, yeah, I'll be annoying. Maybe I said two twice. Well, anyway, we can have two different allies in the Middle East. It's not like you only need one. Iranian anti-regime protesters launch a major push against the Islamic regime's security forces.
We still lack support.
This looks like Fallout or something. Holy shit. Yeah, no wonder they're protesting. When did this car come out? Like 1991? Yeah, they probably want a new car. I'd be pissed. Oh, what the hell is this? Looks like Minnesota. Yeah, probably will, right? And let's see if there's any more of these huge crowds of anti-regime protesters out in the street. Holy fuck. I think I already saw these before. There's Jesus. Governor headquarters are stormed. Security, force cars, and motorcycles set on fire. Riot police sent
ready for orders.
And barricades built in city after city. This is no doubt the most intense night so far. Holy fucking shit. This is insane. Let me see if there's a live broadcast. They're killing us. Yeah, that's what I hear.
We'll restore peace to this nation.
Showing no mercy. Yeah, these are some of the videos right here. We'll just look at this one. You're all delusional. Trump got oil from Venezuela. That's why he helped him. He'll get nothing for helping people in Iran. Trump is going to get nothing for helping Iran. What about the ability to destabilize a key ally in his opponents? More than 2,100 shops. Protesters took to the streets. The shopkeepers shutting down stores, demonstrating, chanting against government corruption. It's not even corruption, it's just total fucking bullshit. It's not even one thing, it's like everything. To be honest, they executed over 1,600 people last year. I'm gonna be honest, I would have assumed it's more. And you can see also, look at this right here. This is the difference between an American protest and an Iranian protest. A real protest versus a retard protest. Watch this. Molotov cocktails. Is he throwing these at the cars of the civilized people that are just trying to live their lives and go about their day? No, he's throwing it over that towards the things that represent the regime that's been oppressing him for his entire life. You see that? They're not throwing them at Teslas over there. Nice throw. Yeah, true. Very true.
Things are cooling off.
Videos circling on social media purported to show the new, what's this here? The new cities joining the protests that erupted more than a week ago. Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing this a lot. This is like basically all of these places here are shops. And they're all shutting down. I think that they're shutting down realistically.
You'd think a threat this big would finally make us
a... Like, it probably costs them money to
Our
keep the shop
supporters
open.
are in place.
And because of the economic reasons, they're not able to make any money because nobody has the money to afford anything, number one. Number two, because obviously there's so much civil unrest, the shop could be damaged. And number three, it's to show protest and solidarity with the people, right? So it's like, it's basically every
bringing them to our side
points in that direction.
Ready for orders.
Those who are truly oppressed know they must fight, unlike fake American protesters who just want chaos
Taking
and things
control.
to go their way. Yeah, they lose the election and then they set things on fire. That's just the way it is over here. Wow. Treasury cities considered loyal to Ayatollah Khamenei. Yeah, exactly. People gonna roach out on him so fast, openly targeting him. That's insane. As violence escalates, the death toll rises. Experts warn. What's up? The government's heavy-handed response could deepen public fury. Well, it could also encourage other nations to get involved. Because there's a lot of people who are tired of being terrorized by Iranian
Our supporters are in place.
They're sick of it. They're sick of it. They've been dealing with it for fucking decades. And finally, after all this time, there's like, okay, yo, you guys are on the ropes. Ah, geez, what if we just send a few bombs over there? Right, Israel? Yeah, Israel. I think a lot of people are. I bet everybody in the region is fucking tired of it. What countries are in the USA would do something like this? I think Israel and the US are going to be the two main countries that would do anything to interfere with Iran. I don't really... I could see the other countries passively greenlighting it or allowing it to happen, like doing it indirectly, but I don't really see any other country doing it directly. Russia's their ally. Russia's not going to do anything. Yeah, and you got to remember, like, yeah, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, a key ally of Tehran. Too bad about that one, huh? Vowed not to yield to the enemy. Iran's Supreme Committee. Yeah, the AI videos you making about blowing up Israel.
Putting our people in place.
Not going too well, huh?
Ready to go.
In a way, October 7th might be a great thing for Israel. There's a lot of times where tragedies end up being a spark for a larger thing to happen that's positive. It's very common that happens.
We'll make things safe.
In a lot of cases, like I think on a personal level, that happens for a lot of people, right? How many of you guys have had something bad happen in your life and it led to you doing something that made your life better? I think it's very common. It's true on like a personal level. It's true on a general level. I think it's just true in general. Holy shit! Look at all these people. Ooh, that's a lot of fucking people, isn't it? That's a lot of fucking people. And so let's go back. I'll look at a few more of these. A flashpoint? Yeah, it is. I don't know if there's any more live protests that I can look at. How about features live? And okay, it looks like I'm not really able to find any of them right this second. So we'll look at some of the other videos about it too. And there's this, but there's almost nobody watching this, so it's probably a bullshit live. And so I'm not even going to look at it. But yeah, this woman's been posting a lot of stuff from Iran. I'll go through some of this too. It's no internet, so no live. Well, some of them might have access in other ways. So yeah, and across Iran right now, landlines are down, mobile phone signals are down, electricity is out, the internet is down, nobody can call each other, let alone an ambulance if there's an emergency. Reports of endless regime gunfire. Iran is now a prison of 90 million hostages. Fuck, man. Jesus, that is brutal. Oh my God. Okay, well, you know, we'll have to see what happens. And let's look at the other ones here. Imagine humanity working together for infinite energy, finding robots to do our jobs, and everybody sits home watching Twitch. Yeah, that's the reason why I want UBI, is so I'll get more viewers. And President Trump, if you're serious about coming to rescue locked and loaded, you need to act right now. The internet's down. If you were in power last time, the Islamic regime did this in 2019. You know fully well what happened next. Yeah, he killed a bunch of people, right? And so, yeah. Let's see if I can find this here. I didn't know I muted her. That's why your opinions are bad. This is just somebody else talking shit. Mashhad regime base. Oh, wow. So they're setting their own bases on fire, too. I can't call my parents since a couple hours ago. Yeah, I have a friend of mine, and I think he has an uncle in Iran, and they're not able to get in contact with that uncle either. I mean, the majority of people probably are going to be totally fine, right? But, like, you know, it's kind of like what I said before with, like, you know, the IRS, and, like, you know, that guy flew a plane into the IRS building. I immediately called my dad, and it's like, you know,
order is returning.
Your parent, whenever that happens, it's scary. And so, yeah. Do you think Russia and China will intervene retaliate if we intervene? I don't think they will. I think Russia definitely won't. They're way too overextended. They just got 2 of their tankers nabbed. They just had Nicolas Maduro nabbed. They can't beat smaller Russia. I mean, it's not going to do anything. Yeah, they lost Syria. Yeah, they're done. China's not going to do anything. Why would China do anything? China's the most likely to do something, but I think that, and this is another thing, right? China gets a lot of their oil from Iran, or from Iran, right? That's my understanding, and that was the reason why people thought it was unlikely that they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz, because you know, they were getting a lot of trade from China. That's true, isn't it? North Korea also. Well, that's my understanding, right? And so for cheap, yeah, definitely. So I think that because Trump was already willing to trade oil from Venezuela to China, I think that it lowers the probability that China will try to go out and attack Iran, because, I mean, it's probably going to be the same thing. Like, because the Iranian people are going to need to make money, and China is able to pay for oil. So why would he shut that down completely? Because all that would do is just hurt the government. It would hurt the people there. Calling UA smaller Russia, Ukraine, we do not. Please kindly stop calling Ukraine smaller Russia. We don't lower ourselves to their level. I'm sorry. I think it's funny in a way, but, like, I know you guys are different. I'm fully aware of that. Yeah. I know a few people in Russia. I know a lot more people in Ukraine, to be honest. I think that a lot of them probably feel that way. It's a joke, yeah. Are they not? They're not. I mean, they're culturally similar, but they're not the same. It's the same as anything, right? I think that, I don't know, maybe it's like the US and Canada. I'm not entirely sure. Let me look at some more of these. So, what is this? This is a Bashai base completely overrun by the Iranian people. Seize all their weaponry, seize their equipment. Yeah, they absolutely should. Damn, they got this shit opened up. Oh. Oh, man. I got one for you guys. Somebody just link me one. Let me see how I pull this up. So, Suspected Israeli insider account with 100% win rate on Polymarket, with all their bets being on Israeli military operations, has bet that Iran will be attacked by Israel by January 31st. Huh. How about that? It's really interesting. Wow. And so, yeah, buy now, real quick. And Iran coverage is limited. The internet is so offline right now that you need to have an advanced IT expertise to be able to connect. Yeah, you were telling me that there's like people that are trying to go through, like, I'm not even kidding you, 9 different ISP tunnels in order to be able to get their internet in Iran right now. Like, they're using like magic spells and horoscopes in order to try to get this shit open, right? Starlink, apparently there is some reason why Starlink is harder to be used there. I think it has to do with some sort of counter technology, but I'm not sure about that. So yeah, Netrunners, yeah, bro, they're going Cyberpunk 2026 on it. Northern Tehran finally joined the uprising after nearly 2 weeks of the South in the fighting. I mean, not in feeding. Holy shit. No access to a Starlink router, too? Yeah, I think you have to have the technology in order to do that, too. Starlink, by the way, you don't hear a single Allahu Akbar chant? Yeah. People think most Iranians are Muslim. It's because inside of Iran, you have no other choice, and your religion is marked on your ID from the moment you're born. Yeah, it's not really a big surprise. And also, like, I mean, there's a huge reason why, too, is that they're revolting against the Islamic government. And I think that's the reason why a lot of these Western leftist people are not talking about this. I think they're not talking about it because this is an inconvenient reality for their ideology that Islam is somehow, superior to secularism or to Christianity. Now, my outlook on it is actually pretty simple. I respect every religion to the extent that it respects me, right? Like, if I go to Saudi Arabia, I go to Dubai, I'm not going to be drawing pictures of Muhammad, okay? Like, it's the same as I go to China, I'm not going to be drawing pictures of Winnie the Pooh either. So you go into somebody else's house, you follow their fucking rules. But at the same time, I don't think these places are horrible, but I wouldn't really want to live there either. I'm just being honest, right? I'm being honest. Like, what the fuck? Somebody got to say it. Somebody got to say what? What? It's just respect, yeah. It's respect. Nothing allergy and a rough start, yeah. Can you imagine being a leftist right now?
Cleaning things up.
The biggest Islamic government is being shut down, and there's a violent revolution against it. You're literally having the federal government come in and deport migrants, and, one of your psychos decided to try to drive through a federal officer and they got shot, and seemingly nothing's going to happen about it. Then just after that, or just before that, you had one of your dictators from your favorite socialist country get kidnapped by America in the dead of night with no casualties and relatively no even, environmental damage or equipment damage. And then even before that, you just got done defending Somali scammers that are just scamming hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, and siphoning it back to, the Somalian government, which, by the way, isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that the Somalian GDP is the same amount of money than the amount of money that Minnesota's lost? What are the odds of that? Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, and Tim Walz quits too. Yeah, exactly. And we're 8 days into the new year. Can you believe that? Don't forget terrorists. Yeah. Well, yeah, the Somalian government, and it's being reallocated to Al-Shabaab, which is a terrorist group in Somalia. That's right, guys. Your tax dollars are going to fund terrorists in Somalia if you're living in Minnesota.
Putting our people in place.
Maybe not now, but for a while.
Standing by for orders.
It's crazy.
Standing by.
The official Somalia government controls 3 or 4 streets in one city. Well, I don't know if it's that many. Wild how the loudest voices for human rights suddenly lose their voice when it's with Iran. Selective outrage is still hypocrisy. Selective outrage is absolutely hypocrisy. It 100% is.
people demand justice.
It's actually embarrassing how bad people are at that. Like, I find myself, like, a lot of times, this is going to be like an ego thing, right? But, like, I feel like in a lot of cases, I want to talk about this stuff and you know, like, bring attention to it, because I feel like if I don't do that, everybody else is just lying. I mean, I'm not saying everybody, right? I mean, like, obviously there's people that are not, but, like, I think that overwhelmingly, especially with, like, media that's, like, America-centric, is, like, it's so biased, so one-dimensional, so agenda-driven, and there's not really the perspective of, like, an honest engagement of ideas. People ignore hundreds, not thousands, millions of people Africa killing in Africa for Palestine. Yeah, the Sudan stuff was crazy, wasn't it? I saw that. That was unreal. So the Pahlavi donkeys, it's 5:30 in Iran. Yesterday, the donkey Pahlavi asked his supporters in Iran to come out to the streets and protest in every corner. Listen, nothing says Iranian propaganda more than AI art. AI art of missiles. That's right, guys. Do you remember like towards the end of the Iranian war with Israel, where Iran was saying that they were preparing a really big attack, and it was like one missile comes and it just gets, and that was about it? Yeah, it's like Pakistan. Even Pakistan is more impressive than this. I mean, Pakistan at least has nukes, and, you know, like Iran is just, that's just sad. You see their Lego AI propaganda video? No, I didn't. Kind of question, why don't they ever see you wearing a hat? I don't know. Maybe I should start wearing a hat. Yeah, I don't know. A few days ago, the Shah's son made an announcement asking people to come out on Thursday. Just wait for tonight's videos to come out. Well, what? Wait a minute. So, just so I understand this, the Shah said for everybody to come out today. So this is an upcoming thing. Am I understanding that correctly? Yes. Okay, so what you're telling me is that they shut off the internet leading up to this. No wonder they shut off the internet. See, I thought it was yesterday. I got the time zone wrong. It's happening now. I'll check his page. I will in a minute. Torch the fucking the Bozo regime. The Bozo regime. Yeah, there you go. Wow, he's on X? I'll look at it in a minute. Tehran is 12 hours ahead of you. Okay, I'll try to keep that in mind. Why is the world becoming like this everywhere? The reason why the world is becoming like this everywhere is because of the internet. It's because young people around the world are being awoken to the fact that they live inside of a pod. They own nothing and they're not happy. They go out and they see other people in other countries that are happy, they're living their lives, they're enjoying freedom. And then even the people that are living inside of the countries that they're envious of, like for example, the UK and America, well, those people are instead looking back to the past and seeing what they used to have. They're seeing that, you know, back in the day, you used to be able to support a family with one income, and your wife could stay at home, and you could buy a house whenever you were 30 years old or 35 years old. How many people have that reality now? Very few. So what's happening is that there is a global awakening of young people, especially, I would say 40 and 50, really 40 and under, that people, and this is especially true with people that are in their 30s, because in America, in a lot of Western countries, we've lived through a lot of like pretty crazy things that have happened. You know, if you're in your 30s, right? You lived through 9/11, you lived through the financial crisis, you lived through, you know, like COVID. And I think there's like 2 or 3 other minor ones that happened too. And so you lived through the, you know, the advent of the internet. And so all of these happened inside of your formative years. And I think that one thing that's been really kind of evident is that the tremendous gain of wealth, power, and capability that technology and these new resources have brought has not really been enjoyed by the general population. And I think that this is true universally. It's true in Indonesia whenever they're protesting and they're burning down buildings of these government officials that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars. And meanwhile, they're living on literally peanuts. It's happening in America when you see, American politicians that are taking their net worth from like, $1 million to like $20 million in a year after they're in Congress. It's happening in Europe when you see people that are,
Hey everyone, I figured I'd go back on mic. I'm not really sure if the thing is going to echo or not, but if it does, I'll turn down the YouTube video. See. So it might be echoing a little bit for the YouTube video, but I'll turn that down one more. We'll click on
Indonesia, the United States, or Germany.
I just really hate wearing a headset, to be honest. Let's see if it's any better with my webcam. But I don't think it would be my webcam mic. I mean, so let me just pop that over to the side, pop this over there. Slide that down.
In all these countries is corruption. That is the core problem. And corruption stems
I don't think I'm having any issues with audio.
People not being able to have their voice heard in government.
Let me turn on my webcam. I just severely despise my headset. It's very comfortable, but I just don't like wearing it. I don't really mind wearing it, but it's like, at the same time, like, I want to wear it, I need to hook up my AirPods. I have some AirPods I could hook up to the thing. Maybe that would be a bit better.
On different social systems, so they
can old AirPods, or maybe these off-brand shitters.
Like view botting
I'll hook these ones up.
Politicians, and it's also I don't know, like let me think of a better word for it. It's also botting for, not botting really. It's just basically they're bringing in a bunch of free labor, right? It's scamming. They're scamming. And so they're view botting, really. No, I'm being serious, right? Yeah, it's slave labor, basically. It's not slave labor, not the way we had it, but it's like indentured servitude in a lot of ways. And so basically, you have all this happen, and then they feed the population.
All right, let me 1 second, guys,
and then
while
these
I
identity politics,
change the audio settings.
About, Christian or Muslim or white or black or brown or whatever the fuck.
I'll just wear the headset. I don't really,
It's core to somebody's identity.
It's not a big deal wearing a headset. It's just kind of annoying.
All of that is downstream from
messes up my hair.
And the political.
And it mainly messes it up when I'm bald. When I have short hair, it's not a huge problem having a headset on, but when I have it,
Why is there a worldwide crash out? Because there's a worldwide web.
Video's almost over, by the way, so we'll queue something up.
So there it is.
Next.
And you're seeing now people have access to the web now more than they did even 10 years ago, especially in a lot of these other countries because of smartphones and better technology. You see, they've got to blur people's faces so they don't end up killing them after the end of this, in case it doesn't go well.
Okay, I'm gonna give me 1 second, guys. Let me turn my webcam back on.
Let me get that ready, Nomad. Yeah, let me just get to this.
And to be honest, it's not like I'm trying to steal this guy's content.
Well,
I just typically watch his
fighting
like
problems
videos
are real
and
they're legitimate and they're
authentic. I'll watch them at night while I'm relaxing and gaming.
They're also
and to be honest,
they're a smoke screen.
I guess I just like watching and sharing what I watch on YouTube while I'm gaming. My lives are mostly for me to relax and decompress.
Keir Starmer is.
And
that guy. I think maybe we should just go capture him too. He had a lower approval rating than Maduro. Maybe we should have like the United States culling strike, like in PoE. If your approval rating goes below 20% and you are in charge of a government anywhere in the world, the United States will come in the middle of the night and arrest you. That's right. We're the world police. Because, if you're not even at 20%, nobody likes you. Nobody wants you to be around here. Like, just go. Yeah, exactly. You go under 20%. You get nabbed, bro. You go into New York.
Look at this.
Yeah,
so
please. Do I need to go? Yeah, exactly. Basically a street call. Exactly. Yeah. You go underneath that, you're done. If Trump's lower than 20%, nuke himself? Maybe. I don't know. Not nuke himself. Maybe get rid of the guy. We have an open spell next to Maduro. We can share a cell with maybe some other, with Keir Starmer. Yeah. Call of Duty. Yeah, bro, exactly. Yeah, it's not Call of Duty anymore. It's Call of Duty. And what is this here? Every crimson flower that... Oh my god, bro. She's quoting... Jesus Christ. The president-elect of the NRCI? No way. This girl is tweeting shit out and she gets called Shut the fuck up, Gollum.
What?
The people will be free.
What?
Oh my god. Wow.
What happened
she's
to
a communist? Yeah. I don't know about that. Gollum never wanted to share the One Ring. We made them escape. Holy shit. Starmer's a communist. He hates Britain. I think he's just I think he's a wet towel, limp dick, pussy ass, baby back bitch. I think that's what he is. I do. I think it's actually that
that's
simple. It's actually that. It's just that. There it is. Right there. It is.
Starmer.
Marco declined to be a candidate for the Dolphins head coaching position. Oh, he did? That's too bad. Man, yeah, he's got to do something else. Bought and paid for by Israel. His humiliation fetish. Yeah. What do you think of a position of Trump on Greenland? I think that I was ignorant about the amount of effort and work that the Danes have done in order to like help America. And
We've got our people in place.
I said was, what has Denmark ever done for us? Apparently a lot of things, right? I think that the U.S. it would be nice maybe if the U.S. had Denmark for like national security or something like that. But
where do you need me?
Trump taking it by any sort of force. I think that anything like that should be up on the table for negotiation. Sure, like why not? And maybe it would be better for Denmark if that happened. But I don't think that we should bully them into it militarily. Denmark? Denmark? Yeah. It means Greenland? Well, Denmark owns Greenland, right?
Terminating the opposition.
Standing by.
Wait a minute.
At your service.
Yes. Okay. Yes. All right. Jesus Christ. Y'all are stressing me out. Y'all are stressing me out. So basically, the discussions about Greenland occur through Denmark. You see what I'm saying? That's the point.
I know I'm not giving a ton of commentary, but to be honest, I'm just taking tired today.
Yeah, sorry. Can we just become a closer and stronger ally? Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think there's a lot of places in between.
I don't know. So we're gonna try and capture this region right here, generally Colombia, but I don't know where to invest in something.
Just a minute. I got a big one for you guys. I got a pretty big one. Wait, what? Oh, it didn't copy over. Give me a second. I gotta check it again.
Bringing them to our side.
Okay.
Where do you need me?
All right, give me a second.
Alright, and then we're gonna do stabilize nation, one of our Caribbean holdings.
Where is it?
Which one is the highest?
Iran's Khamenei has fled the country and is on his way to Moscow. This is coming from Israeli sources. But
we'll turn down the heat.
Man, did he roach the fuck out?
This dude's a fucking pussy.
Pussy ass bitch. I know. And if the U.S. helps anyone, we should automatically own them. Well, I don't think we should own them, but like it's okay for us to. Like, I think it's okay for the United States to try to recoup the amount of money that we invested into helping a country. Like, I think that's fine. But owning them, I don't want to own... Like, we can't even own Minnesota. Really. Like, we can't own Minnesota, guys. Like, what are we talking about owning Iran?
I feel like the U.S. is, like, good at, like, taking shit over and ruining it.
Like,
but we can't administer our own states.
We don't need 51 states. We can't even keep 50.
But to be honest, that's probably because we have so many different
it's
like
crazy.
groups
It's
of
free
people
Persia. Yeah, exactly. And again, I see what you're saying, and we
know.
can help them, but I don't want to be like trying to run shit over them.
You know what I mean?
Okay. So
They're
Iran's Khamenei has fled the country, is on his way to Moscow. We don't know if this is true. He's not fit to be a leader. Well, I think people have seen that. Will Khamenei leave Iran? Well,
it's not that I really have anything against them individually, but
I gotta get a.
You know, it's not true that some people don't mix well.
Khamenei out as supreme leader of Iran by January 31st. Man. 19% chance. This is the highest percentage that it has ever been. So this has been very odd for me to see, because there's been a lot of people here that yesterday they were starting to all condemn Hamas. You see all of them saying this. Look at this right here. Isn't this always so weird when this happens? Like, I feel like when something like this happens, it's like a mask off. What's the word for it? It's like a mask off, you know, like all the politicians are bots type fucking thing, right? And so that's really how I see it. NPC programming went out. It makes you think that this is the reason why people think that there's a massive, you know, like a Jewish conspiracy or a lizard conspiracy, or, you know, it's a huge oligarchy. And the reason why is very simple. It's because when you have all these people that are tweeting out the exact same thing every single time, then it becomes an issue. Now, obviously, a lot of it was because of this protest, but I'm going to go ahead and read some of these. Hamas is a terrorist organization. We do not support terrorists, period. Hey, so marching through a predominantly Jewish neighborhood and leading with a chant saying, we support Hamas, is a disgusting and anti-Semitic thing to do. Pretty basic, and that's from AOC. Now, she was having a really, really bad time over this. She was. And so this is it. There's proof. What's this here? And there's proof. There's more proof that exists than it doesn't. Yeah, maybe. Wasn't AOC supporting Hamas earlier? Or am I remembering wrong? I think that what a lot of leftist politicians have done is that they have refused to condemn Hamas, or they've talked around it in order to gain the approval and the favor of people.
Also, I might swap the games over to EU4.
And that way they can have the pro-Hamas people kind of by,
you know, I might
basically by not saying
things are stabilizing.
The pro-Hamas people assume that they're for it. And so they effectively get to have their cake and eat it too. So you have all these like weird terrorist supporter people that are voting for you, but at the same time, you don't actually believe it, and you can sell them out later on. I think that's basically what happens. The Muslim vote. There's a lot of Muslims that don't support Hamas either, but you've got to keep in mind Israel's 20% Muslim, right? 18-20%. So anyway. And I will go back and I'm going to pull some of these up because there has been a lot of this going on. And is this the... No, there was a riot last night. Can you guys believe that? There was another riot? Wow. So a lot of people received an SMS message. We're coming looking at the sky at midnight. They also got this message. Was that in Iran? I don't know about that. So anyway, Dan Saltman, Kino crash out in the quote tweets. People like Mamdani, who refused to condemn Hamas or wouldn't talk about Hamas, all of these people thought that meant that he supported it. And I think that this is the truth. I think some of these people probably don't personally support Hamas, but they realize, I'm not saying Mamdani does. I have no idea what he does. I'm just guessing. But I'm not talking about him specifically. I'm saying in general. I think that some of them actually do support it, but they know that it's just a politically untenable position. So, like, there's people, for example, that during the years of the gender identity crisis years, there were a lot of people that knew there were two genders. Like, they didn't say that because they knew they'd get in trouble for saying that. So I think this is really it. This post has received 4 million views. Let's look at the post engagements. So he goes, oh, reason why is because they're using those children as a shield. So I don't think anybody's against Hamas in the action of them fighting and resisting Israel. That's fine. Yeah, of course, right? It's a fucking war. But the difference is that whenever you're raping women, and also this is another really big component, is that Hamas kills their own people for disagreeing with them. It's not like Hamas is, well, they were democratically elected, I think in 2006. So, or something like that. That was a long time ago. People's perspective. Trump just said that we will take over, the USA will take over Greenland. Uh-oh, here we go.
Right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay? I would like to make a deal, you know, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way. I get along very well with President Xi. I'm going to go over to China in April, but I don't want them as a neighbor in Greenland. Not going to happen. And by the way, and NATO's got to understand that. I'm all for NATO. I saved NATO. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have a NATO right now. But we're not going to allow Russia or China to occupy Greenland, and that's what's going to happen if we don't.
Okay, well, at your service.
Go ahead.
Ready for orders.
Can you respond to that? And two,
yeah, it was an amazing report. The most amazing thing is government jobs are way down, and yet unemployment or the employment numbers are very good.
Where to?
Defense over. He talks about Greenland.
Yeah. Federal government jobs. Nobody's ever seen anything like
it.
Ready
for my mission.
And yet the employment numbers are very good. They're really getting better. But now we have all those people to work in the private sector for a lot more money. I think that's one of the very big things. The other thing is at 5.4%.
Acknowledged.
And remember, this is after we had.
He's going to take out the Mexican cartels.
And that shutdown had an impact because the concept of the shutdown, even though it's before, people knew we were going to be shutting down. A lot of bad things happened. And by the way, on January 30th, you may have another shutdown. We'll see what happens. But I think the numbers, Caitlin, were really amazing.
That's exciting.
Think about 5.4%. Nobody thought that. They thought it was going to be 2%.
Yeah.
You know,
restoring order.
Tariffs. And
Where
it's
to?
also November 5th. We had a great election. Great election. Our country was dead.
Targeting the opposition.
And now we have
no shit, you're saying this again.
And I hope you guys were impressed. 5.4%. And we haven't even really transitioned yet. There's no reason it can't be much higher than that.
Yeah, Donald.
Yeah.
That's right, Donald. You're right, Donald.
can you respond to the manufacturing?
Let's give CNN a chance. You know, they've been fighting so hard to get back into the mainstream.
Mr. President, you posted some numbers actually on Truth Social last night. People saying you posted the job data early when you're not supposed to obviously share it till the next morning.
Shut up, bitch! Shut up, bitch!
I posted them. I said post them whenever you get a chance. I don't know. They gave me some numbers. When people give me things, I post them. But
you're not supposed to, Mr. President. You're not supposed to.
Does the administration plan to distribute the money from the Venezuela oil sales? Is it, well, obviously you say it's going to go to these controlled accounts. Yeah. Would it go back to Venezuela in a direct payment? Is it going through these goods? How do you plan to do that?
Well, we want to make sure that Venezuela can survive. You know, Venezuela.
Yeah, they got to get some of that money. They got to get a lot of that money.
We're going to make sure that they get money. And we're going to get money. And the oil companies are going to make something for the work they do. And they're going to get back their money. We're devising a formula, but it won't be so much of a formula. It's going to be what they need. We're going to take care of what they need. There'll be plenty left over. We're going to have a lot of money left over. And the money left over is going to the United States of America, and the oil companies are going to be very happy. Yep.
Offer a backstop to these oil companies for like financial guarantees, some sort of backstop.
Violence is a baby.
Is that the lizard?
That's a very interesting question. Using the word backstop, I haven't heard that word in a long time. That was at the Wharton School of Finance last year.
Never mind.
That's a good term.
Yeah, it's alive. Yeah, it's alive. It's alive.
I hope I don't have to give a backstop. I'm just, look, these are very smart people.
That means no Epstein today.
Not only in oil and business, these are the biggest companies in the world sitting around this table. They know the
In 1954, the Americans built the first nuclear-powered submarine and changed the course of naval warfare. Now,
good.
Free moves, threats.
Bringing oil prices down.
The United States of Venezuela.
get their money back. They're going to be safe. The people of Venezuela are going to be big beneficiaries, and the United States of America is going to be a big beneficiary for what we've done.
We gotta make their lives
so
better.
very
That's the most
little.
important thing. Things have to get better for them, or they're going to hate us.
It's also very big for national security because, again, just like Greenland, we can't have China or Russia occupy Greenland. We can't have China or Russia occupy Venezuela. And if we didn't do what we did, China or Russia would have been in Venezuela. I think I can. Where's Mr. Chevron? So,
Mr. Chevron.
They would have been there if we didn't do this. Do you agree with that?
They certainly have a lot of economic interests in country. There's absolutely no argument.
He's trying not to fuck around.
They were trying to be.
He's trying not to create a situation for himself.
A semi-Russian ship yesterday that went to go.
Yeah.
Russia decided not to defend that ship against us.
Ready to go.
The ship was loaded up with oil, and we took the oil. It came out of that port. But Russia would be there, or China would be there, and we want them to be there for a different reason. We want them. Do people agree?
You agree with me, right?
China,
I'm right about everything?
They need a lot of oil.
Yeah, of course I am.
Russia doesn't need so much, but Russia was there anyway. But I assume you agree that China would like to be doing a lot of business there by buying oil, and I want to just tell President Xi and President Putin, but more so in this case President Xi, because they do need a lot of oil, and we are open for business in the United States, and we are open for business in Venezuela, right?
I like that. We're open for business in Venezuela.
Go ahead, sure.
President,
You know,
what is your
I could take questions from these people all day long. You know, they're sitting here, and generally they're very rich, very powerful, but nobody gives a damn about them. It's a sad thing. You have all that money, all that power, and look at all these crazy questions. We could do this all day long, and they wouldn't be satisfied. So we'll take a few more. Though.
Oh my God!
Let me ask you more important.
Nobody gives a fuck about
from the biggest.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Hold it. Do you have any questions for the biggest people on Earth, the biggest business
The biggest people on
the
Earth.
biggest companies anywhere on Earth?
He's such a buffoon sometimes, man. He really is.
Acknowledged.
No, do you have a question for them?
What's the op?
He really is. I love it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ryan Sheffield of Foreman Terra. My grandfather, Hugh Sheffield, was president of ARCO, Venezuela.
Damn.
Thank you for what you did.
Do you like what we're doing?
There's a lot of shale there.
You must persuade the
He
people.
would be very happy.
Ready for orders.
Very proud of you right now, right?
That's a businessman.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
We'll turn down the heat.
Ready to go.
American sitting on this, around this table. I want to personally thank you for the courage of your actions over the last
Luis
couple of weeks.
Rodriguez.
I think I speak, and I speak of Venezuela in general in saying there's optimism. You've brought optimism to the table, and if the conditions are met, the opportunity is absolutely immense.
I agree.
Terminating the opposition.
Thank you. Well said, too. It's immense. This is
You did a great job. Well said.
Thank you.
Richard Holton from Trafigura. We're working.
Say your name and what you like best about me.
To bring that Venezuelan oil to the United States. Our first vessel should load in the next week.
Good job.
Oh wow! So we're getting this shit in a week?
I think the reason that most of us are here and thinking about the future.
What's Mr. Frog think?
Because we trust you initially to set this program up that will work and guarantee.
I bet he does oil in Texas.
There's a huge investment that needs to be done. We've all agreed on that. And certainly we need time to see that through. So thank you for what you've done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm Wayne Riggs, CEO of Valero Energy, and we're one of those companies refineries in the U.S. are uniquely configured to run Venezuelan oil, and we're
Things are cooling
more
off.
than happy as this opportunity expands for us to further invest in our refineries to produce more.
Prepping for next mission.
Set up for the heavy oil.
Prepping for mission.
Yes, sir.
That's great. That's great. We're really,
Wrapping up
How do you
here.
think the oil will be used to help Americans? Or we sell the oil then we use it?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for having us here. And
We'll
thank
be
you
ready for new orders
opening
soon.
the door to a better Venezuela. We are a Spanish company, but we are fully committed to invest here in the States. We have invested over the last 15 years $21 billion in the American oil.
Damn. That's an assload of money.
Our people have taken control.
Texas and in Alaska with the discovery of Pika that is going to have the first tour this quarter and is going to change. It's going to reverse the declining history of that great state of Alaska. We are in Venezuela, Mr. President, with our partners of ENI. We produce the gas that guarantees the stability of a half of the grid power in Venezuela.
Holy shit!
I need to buy another org,
And on top of that,
You brought the big dicks in here, huh?
we have facilities, we have technical capabilities, and I think
got them all lined up.
We are ready to invest more in Venezuela. Today, we are producing 45,000 barrels a day gross of oil, and we are ready to multiply by 3 this figure in coming 2-3 years, investing hard in the country, following your recommendation, if you allow us, of course, and in the framework, commercial and legal framework that will allow this growth. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job you've done. Thank you.
You think Kamala could have done this?
Mr. President, thank you for having me.
Done what?
I'm with Tallgrass Energy. We are in
like sat in a chair and talked to people? Probably, yeah.
We move that around. So
she could have sat in a chair.
We're sitting around the table and happy to lend our expertise to what's going on in Venezuela to support the people. And obviously infrastructure is going to be critical.
Yeah.
Good job. See you prepared. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you. An honor to be here. Marianne Manning, Marathon Petroleum. We are one of the largest U.S. refiners. On behalf of the men and women of Marathon Petroleum and of our industry, thank you and the administration for what you're doing for U.S. energy independence.
Wow. We'll make things safe.
Ready to process Venezuelan crude, and the people of Marathon Petroleum stand ready to do so.
Do we need more refineries in our country?
In the U.S., probably not. We have sufficient capacity.
It's amazing. A lot of it was approved during my first term.
I thought he was trying to
tell our story.
He was trying to bait them to say yes.
They got built.
He was. He was definitely trying to bait them to say yes.
We have the refineries now. We do because of the first term. Please.
And then he said no. He said, "Oh yeah, of course you don't, because of me too."
Thank you, Mr. President. Jeff Hilton.
Did you give him the wrong answer? He had a pivot ready. He did. It's impressive.
One of the largest private energy companies in America.
Who's bigger, you or Harold?
We're close.
Huh?
We're close. Harold. Absolutely, Mr. Ham. But thank you for your great, tremendous leadership in protecting the interests.
Oh, I thought you meant. Oh, you meant companies. Oh.
To stay out of our backyard is absolutely fantastic. So thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, Hillcorp is fully committed and ready to go to rebuilding the infrastructure in Venezuela.
You'll go there? You'll be going?
Yes.
Good. That's good. You'll be very happy.
Thank you very much.
You'll be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jeff Miller, CEO of Halliburton Company. We are the largest American oilfield services company. We're the second largest in the world.
I heard about them.
Business over 100 years. Started operations in Venezuela in 1938.
Halliburton.
Long time in Venezuela. I personally lived there for 4 years and
these guys were pivotal for making a game I really like. It's called Metal Gear Solid.
Just couldn't express gratitude more so for the opportunity to return to Venezuela under
I gotta go through and play all of those.
I know that this team and your team are able to deliver. So
when did you leave?
All right, I wonder.
When did you leave Venezuela?
As a company, we left under the sanctions in 2019, so we intended to stay, and when the sanctions went into place, we were required to leave. But very much interested in returning. 600 Venezuelans with Halliburton today, all around the world. Look forward to putting them back to work.
Great job. Great job. You'll be back.
Mr. President, I'm Alex Panberg. My company, Aztec Energy, leading American international wildcatters. We found significant fields.
No DEI in the room.
That's pretty
You mean like there's no black people? You can't just say that. There's plenty of Latino people. There's women there too. Come on.
We found significant fields.
You can't say that.
America, the Middle East, and Europe.
It's not even true.
We were unable to increase security.
Example is what a wildcatter does is take our risk and try to reduce it, and other people come in and put more capital in later, so we're kind of kickstarters in the oil industry.
Oh, okay.
We went into Kurdistan.
That's smart.
Prepping for next mission.
We shouldn't do it.
Prepping for the next mission.
He's sitting right next to Mr.
I
Halliburton.
will report when my mission is complete.
One of my colleagues here.
We have Stephen Miller after this.
Cleaning things up.
We think that Venezuela
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
Opportunity.
Cleaning things up.
The reinvestment required, the investment required. People
wrapping up here.
I'm gonna keep playing, but I might hop off webcam.
Man's watching your stream.
It's gonna be like
15 years.
Yeah. He's responding my DM.
Net cash flow. So what we really need to do is
can I DM him? Actually,
kickstart production.
Can I message?
And then reinvest.
I don't think I can, right?
So what you're doing by putting the United States in control of the country gives companies like
I was gonna DM him
to say we can kickstart this production.
No, don't let me. He's gonna follow me.
In Hungary, we've invested $1 billion in changing the trajectory.
We'll restore peace to this nation.
Your orders.
To do that.
See if he responds during the meeting.
We could write $1 billion check. We're a smaller country because we reinvest all the cash flow back into new production.
Good. Mark Nelson with Chevron.
Sure.
We're taking power.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Claudio Scalzi, ICO, Italy. We started working in Venezuela in 1980.
That's a while ago.
A lot of while, but now
you got no motion. True, brother.
Under sanction, and as my colleague from Repsol said,
I'm never getting into Wagartha.
About 50% of the
bringing them on board
electricity in the country, so that is essential to avoid any kind of problem, social problem. We own about 4 billion barrels of reserves, so a huge amount in about
4 billion. Why do Italians look so good, bald?
Now
you're thinking that other guy.
In the country, 500 people, most Venezuelan.
He did.
And we are ready to invest. Clearly, we are ready to invest. We thank you for the big efforts and the efficiency of your action. And
why are those Saudis there?
And we're
not working with them. They got their own oil.
With the U.S., we are also a big investor in the U.S. So
I know. Yeah. It's like they're on another server
again, and we are there. And
it's like a guild meeting.
Also ready to join with American companies in our assets to develop and go faster with good investors and good know-how from the U.S. company. Thank you.
You've done a great job. Thank you very much.
Mr. President Ross Perot, good to see you again.
Oh, I heard
about
him.
Hill with HKN Energy, been in the energy business 45 years.
It's like Dr. Evil's layer meeting.
Working with your team.
Yeah.
And we have been in Kurdistan now for 19 years, along with Alex, and built a very good business. But now with your team, we're looking in Syria, we're now in Libya, and so we are very excited to look at Venezuela with you.
Saudis are pro-rank.
And look forward to continue to build.
The Saudis are too high MMR for this meeting.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Here today.
Probably are.
Someone from Shell. Of course, we have a huge presence here in the U.S. and the Gulf, as well as in Pennsylvania with the petrochemical facility, which I think we had the opportunity to host you at, as well
was Kurdistan?
as
I don't know.
One of the largest LNG off-takers of American LNG. We have been in Venezuela for a very long time. We actually drilled in 1914 the first well that discovered oil in Venezuela.
Wow.
And on the back of which the entire energy industry was established
I know that.
in Venezuela. When we left in the 1970s because of nationalization, we had 1 million barrels per day of production. But we have kept boots on the ground in Venezuela all this time. And we now have a few $1 billion worth of opportunities to invest in, subject to OFAC approval. So we are ready to go and looking forward to the investments in support of the Venezuelan people.
That's
wow.
Great. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ben Marshall, the American CEO for Vitol. Alongside Chef Aguirre, we're very thankful to have worked with the government in Venezuela to be able to bring the crude oil to market at a market price as quickly as we can to help stabilize the country. Thank you.
They've been working really fast. That's kind of crazy.
Order is returning.
Thank you, Mr. President. Olivier Lepoche, CEO of SLB, or formerly known as Schlumberger, the largest.
We should have had the other guy talk.
Oilfield services. We have been in Venezuela since 1930.
This is some like Expedition 33 shit, right?
In support of Chevron.
It has to be.
To scale, we have 1,100 Venezuelan
French oil, yeah.
Additional that are calling us.
Didn't even know you had that.
The country and to go back to work. We're able to mobilize in the last 18 months 2 rigs and deliver 50 wells with success. So we're here. We have knowledge.
Prepping for next mission.
Just sitting up there.
We have boots on the ground, capacity on the ground.
Wrapping up here.
$700 million of
Cleaning things up.
Value on the ground in Venezuela, ready to mobilize.
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
Partners, customers, so are ready to scale fast. And we really want to thank the administration, Secretary Wright, Secretary Bergen, for the effort they are supporting and giving us to be successful on behalf of the Venezuelan oil and gas industry.
What a nice guy.
Thank you very much.
Well, check this out. They say the very best for last. And I don't have that sexy accent like this guy next to me here. Mr. President, my name's Bill Armstrong of Armstrong Oil and Gas. I'm a private independent guy. And
all right.
Real estate, you were a wildcatter. So wear that motto proudly. But like you, I was my own guy. I don't have shareholders. I don't have private equity partners, but I've been drilling all over the place. In fact, I had the largest discovery in Alaska, biggest discovery in 50 years in our country.
Wow.
I now control 8 million acres adjacent to Venezuela, so I'm already heavily invested in the area. We share a 150-mile border with Venezuela in the countries of Aruba and Curacao, and we are ready to go to Venezuela. It is, in real estate terms, it is prime real estate, and it's kind of like West Palm about 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Very right.
Yep, I agree with you. Thank you. Congratulations. So, I think what we're going to do is speak without the press to
get the fuck out of here.
What kind of a deal we can make. We're going to get them involved. I'm going to ask Doug and Chris and some of the people that we have from the business standpoint representing our country to start talking about the confines of a deal. I have an idea what I want.
Everybody thinks celebrities are rich. Now these people are rich people of the world.
We have to get them to invest, and then we have to get their money back as quickly as we can.
You think rappers have a lot of money?
All up between Venezuela, the United States, and them.
No.
I think it's simple. I think the formula is simple. We start with a brand new plate, and it's going to be a tremendous success. I think it's going to be.
Have you guys ever had
Oil Kangs?
Yeah. Things could ever be.
Rappers are broke. Yeah.
There's so much. Venezuela's been really taken advantage of by a lot of people. They drill very little. I mean, as much as you hear they have, they drill very, very little, very small percentage. But now that'll change, and it'll change very rapidly because these are the biggest people, and it'll change very rapidly. So if you don't mind, I'll ask the press to leave, and we will see what kind of a deal we're going to make with these geniuses, and I think you're going to come out very good. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
What a nice guy. So, yeah, I think that actually went pretty well. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be that good. Yeah, time for the real talks, exactly. Yeah, I mean, those guys are they're like ridiculously fucking rich. They've got so much money. It's insane. Vance and Rubio, 2028. I think they should run. I do. I think they should just say at the end of this, do you want this to keep going? And I think most people will be like, yep. All right. And then that'll be it. You know, it's like Donald's going to retire and, you know, maybe he can show up every once in a while and, you know, just kind of keep doing the usual. And that's about it, right? I mean, if they keep going this way, I think they'll win.
Just a few short years ago, it would have seemed like a fantasy, the idea that the US military might invade, occupy, and annex the island of Greenland, a sparsely populated, semi-autonomous territory within the kingdom of longtime US ally Denmark. But today, in the aftermath of American operations in Venezuela to capture Nicolas Maduro, it no longer seems so unlikely, does it? Washington is flexing its muscles in the Western Hemisphere. The new Don Roe doctrine calls for US dominance over all the Americas, and officials in the Trump administration are openly discussing taking Greenland by force. While Secretary of State Marco Rubio sought to downplay these threats, saying the US is instead focused on buying the island, the fact that Copenhagen and Nuuk both say it's not for sale is stoking worries about what happens next. So now seems as good a time as any for us to dive into these threats and try and figure out what they really do mean. Are they credible? Are they just pressure tactics? Or are they the prelude to another sharp demonstration of America's military prowess, only this time turned against a treaty ally? All that is gold. Read some of the reporting on Greenland, and it can feel like you've slipped into
Reporting
a
in.
parallel universe, one in which the
Reporting
United
in.
States is less a superpower and more a super predator.
I will try to
Just
sway the
listen
public.
to this from the Wall Street
Standing
Journal.
by
Quote,
for orders.
Trump and his team have declined to rule out using force to take over Greenland. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Tuesday about the issue that, of course, utilizing the US military is always an option at the commander-in-chief's disposal.
Ready.
That is not a statement any reasonable
here.
person just a few years back would have ever expected to read, nor would they have expected to hear that this threat of force was potentially being used to leverage Nuuk and Copenhagen into selling the territory to Washington.
We'll turn down the
especially
heat.
after Greenland's Democratic
I'm here.
elected Prime Minister Jens Friedrich Nielsen recently declared that his nation of 57,000 people, quote, is not for sale. Hence the behind-the-scenes panic in European capitals. So weird and alarming is all this rhetoric, the logic goes, that it must be serious. Trump really must be considering annexing part of the Kingdom of Denmark, a long-standing ally. Now, given how 2026 has gone so far, it would be a foolish outlet that
Removing our enemies.
the capture of Maduro, if nothing else, has shown not only the full extent of US military power, but also the administration's willingness to use it. As key Trump advisor Stephen Miller recently told CNN in the context of a possible American attack on Greenland, we live in a world, in the real world, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world since the beginning of time.
Alright, let me see something.
End quote. Not something you particularly want to hear if you're a Danish soldier tasked with protecting Greenlandic capital of Nuuk from a foreign takeover. Yet, for all the warning signs that something could be coming down the pipeline, we're going to cautiously venture what may be an unfashionable opinion. US forceful annexation of Greenland remains highly unlikely, not because Trump won't try to get it. All of his actions suggest Nuuk and Copenhagen will soon be at the epicenter of a pressure campaign and possible economic coercion.
I don't actually
because
know if
there are good reasons for assuming that military action just wouldn't be worth it. And yes, you can absolutely feel free to clip that and throw it back in my face if we work out a few weeks while the Delta Force has captured the government of Greenland. We're analysts, we're not fortune tellers. All we can try and do is weigh up the information available to us and make what we hope are educated assessments. And our first and most obvious assessment is that it's not the threat of counterattacks that make military action unlikely. Were the US to go into Greenland heavy, the chances of Danish soldiers fighting them off are roughly equal to the chances of anything coming from Mars.
I wish they would release more achievements for EU5.
With just 57,000 people calling Greenland home and most of them clustered in settlements on the southwest coast, US forces would have to secure only a handful of buildings to declare mission accomplished. Politico half jokes that this would take them, quote, perhaps a half hour. But the reality wouldn't likely be much longer. While the entire operation to capture Maduro took less time than the extended edition of Return of the King, overthrowing the Greenlandic government and securing the island might be over and done in the time that it takes to watch 3 episodes of Warfronts, and not the long ones. But to focus purely on the military side of things is to forget that events don't happen in a vacuum, disconnected from the wider world. And it's here that we get our reasons for cautiously believing an invasion is unlikely to happen. The real-world conditions, they're just not in place. By the time Maduro was spirited away from Caracas by Delta Force, he was a widely despised autocrat who'd flagrantly stolen an election, overseen one of the worst economic collapses in modern history, and cultivated ties with both drug cartels and violent cross-border guerrilla groups like Colombia's ELN. While the legality of snatching him from Venezuelan soil was dubious, there were very few in the US or abroad who were willing to shed tears over his toppling. Rightly or wrongly, that made the operation an easy sell to the public. At risk of stating the obvious here, none of this applies to Greenland. Prime Minister Nielsen won a free and fair democratic election just last year. There's no suggestion that his government is sending drugs to the United States, engaged in widespread illegality, or tacitly supporting a network of gangs that is spreading terror in American cities. It's Greenland. We mention this because it's exactly the sort of key consideration that nobody seems to be talking about. Never mind abroad, how do you sell to your own coalition the capture or killing of a young, democratically elected leader who has done no harm to your nation? Because that's what an operation to take Greenland by force would necessarily entail. The arrest or liquidation of not just Nielsen, but other high-ranking Greenlanders who are firmly opposed to American annexation. One of the two MPs representing Greenland in the Danish parliament, Aya Chemnitz, has declared that, quote, it's completely disrespectful from the US side to not rule out annexing our country. And polls show that the vast majority of the public are similarly opposed to joining the US. One from last year put the numbers at 85% against, with only 6% in favor. You can't forcefully take over a population that's opposed to you without at least jailing or expelling the leadership from their homeland. And we want you to think seriously about this. Not in the abstract, I mean, hey, this is a fun thought experiment sense, but in the sense of how it would really honestly feel to watch US forces arresting or even killing Greenlandic officials whose only crime is to resist a violent takeover of their homeland. To try and imagine what would truly happen if Jens Fredrik Nielsen was dragged, Maduro style, before a court in New York or just shot dead by US soldiers. That is the key difference between Greenland and recent US military actions in Venezuela.
They're going to pressure them,
drug boats in the
tell them they're
Caribbean
going to invade if they
Iran.
don't, and then
Venezuelan exiles in South Florida literally danced in the streets when Maduro was captured. It's hard to imagine anyone cheering as special forces stormed the parliament in Nuuk. Now, you could reasonably ask why this should matter. After all, the Trump administration bombed Iran over the objections of its own base and routinely does things like tearing down the east wing of the White House that polls badly with the public. But something tells us that the invasion and annexation of a harmless democracy would be on a whole other level. Visiting fellow of war studies at King's College London, Shashank Joshi, speculated on X that such an order could trigger a crisis within the US military. Quote, one of the things that cuts against a US effort to seize Greenland by force is that I believe this is one of the few issues where you'll see serious high-level protest and resignations within the US armed forces. End quote. It's also one of the few issues that might trigger serious blowback from within Trump's own party. Already, at a time when annexation is only theoretical, 8 GOP senators have publicly come out against the president's threats, ranging from Lisa Murkowski of Alaska to Tom Tillis of North Carolina and Paul Rand of Kentucky.
That's fine.
Were unilateral military action undertaken, you would expect more to join them. Recently told the Washington Post, he was a Republican who supported military action in the territory. After all, Congress only passed the 2026 defense authorization started as a pro-NATO, pro-Europe, and permanently split the US from Europe, quite like a military assault on Greenland. As Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen pushes last, United States decides to attack another NATO country, then everything would stop.
Actually, guys, I'm going to take a break for a second.
This feels even more plausible when you remember that the US would likely have Europeans soldiers to back on in the country. Deposit sent some second interest. As the Atlantic Council writes,
I'll leave the one in the background and just let it on autoplay.
Now again, really to protect holding democracy with the aim of imperial conquest. We mentioned protecting America because that was rationale for acquiring Greenland, that Denmark has so neglected the territory's defense over the decades that it's now easy prey for China or Russia and will only become even more so as the Arctic warms and new shipping lanes open up, so annexing it is therefore the only way to protect the US homeland. As Trump himself told reporters last Sunday, we need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. Now, it's true that military investment in Greenland has been inadequate, but that's not purely down to Copenhagen, as the chairman of Denmark's Defense Committee, Rasmus Jarlov, recently wrote on air bases, house troops, and launch aircraft from or operate ships around Greenland. During the Cold War, over 10,000 troops were stationed there across 17 bases. Those numbers have now dropped to 200 troops in one single base, is not due to Copenhagen or Nuuk. Now, the treaty doesn't give quite the same advantages as the US actually owning the territory, and it would be foolish to say otherwise. But it's a close-run thing, with the treaty updated to include Nuuk after Greenland gained high levels of autonomy from Denmark, requiring little more than the US asking politely before installing some new base. As Danish defense analyst Peter Ernstved Rasmussen told the New York Times, quoting, "It is a courtesy formula. If the US wanted to act without asking, it could simply inform Denmark that it is building a base, an airfield, or a port." End quote. It's a similar situation where access to Greenland's critical minerals are concerned. The Wall Street Journal notes that, quote, "American companies already have mining and other economic rights of Greenland," with Nuuk indicating that it's open to expanding those rights even further. This is one of the major reasons why Europe is so uneasy about Trump's annexation comments. The US can already act pretty much how it wants in Greenland, and the Financial Times reports that Copenhagen is happy to sweeten the deal even further, perhaps even declaring American bases on the island to be sovereign US territory. Yet such deals have so far been rejected or ignored, all while Trump belittles new Danish defense spending on the territory to the tune of billions of dollars. The fear in Europe is that this means the White House won't be satisfied with anything but annexation. But that logic also flows the other way. Europeans are not the only ones who are aware that the US has nothing to materially gain by invading and occupying the island. American members of Congress, military officers, and hopefully members of the public can see it too. And to our mind, that makes military action less likely, not more. So to return to the main theme of this video, it's one thing to depose the hated dictator of a nation deeply opposed to America, one where Chinese and Russian influence is real and tangible. It is another to violently overthrow the democratically elected government of a territory overseen by a treaty ally, all while gaining no material advantage in return. Now, we want to be clear that we are not saying that the US will never acquire Greenland. Times change. The voting population of Greenland is small, and voluntary union with the US might be something Greenlanders decide that they want at some point down the line. Nor are we trying to paint Greenland's relationship with Denmark as all warm and cozy and equal. There are bitter memories of direct rule from Copenhagen, and polling consistently shows that a vast majority of Greenlanders want eventual independence from the kingdom. But we are saying that all the factors we've highlighted so far make an American use of force to annex Greenland both unlikely and counterproductive, possibly even to the extent of causing a permanent rupture within Trump's coalition. Instead, the likeliest outcome seems to be an ongoing influence campaign to try and nudge Greenlanders into embracing America of their own accord, one that may be coupled with a campaign of pressure or coercion against Denmark. Yet even here, the outcome is far from certain. On social media sites like X, it's common to see hot takes flying around about how America could just offer every Greenlander, say, $5 million each to join the US and then smugly sit back as they all come running to Uncle Sam. But polling consistently shows that while there are high-profile Greenlanders who like the sound of such a deal, the majority do not want to become Americans. Per The Economist, though most Greenlanders favor independence and the abuses by Denmark's past colonial administrations are still a neuralgic issue, they do not want to become Americans either. Minds can change, of course, but Prime Minister Nielsen has noted many times that the rhetoric of buying the island or buying off the islanders is disrespectful, smacking of the same colonialism that has turned so many Greenlanders against Denmark. Hard as it may be for some at the top of the US administration to believe, but money really isn't everything. This video is being made prior to Marco Rubio's meeting with Danish and Greenlandic leaders. It's possible that there will be some breakthrough. Maybe the administration will take a face-saving off-ramp that allows Trump to claim a win. Maybe everyone will be distracted by the collapse of the Iranian regime and Greenland will once again fade into the background. Maybe the US will even make a spectacular offer to Greenland's people that moves the dial on wanting to join America. Or maybe the issue will keep on heating up, turning into the greatest crisis in the history of NATO. Heck, maybe we'll even be proved wildly wrong, and the sight of US helicopters flying over Nuuk as gunfire sounds and explosions light up the sky will soon be beamed all over the world. For now, though, with the information that we do have, we will caution people against panicking too much. Never underestimate the power of narrative, of the ability for the ordinary Joe in the street to tell themselves that they are the good guys. When toppling a despot like Maduro or bombing a mad theocratic regime like Iran, that is easy. But after invading and occupying a peaceful island, capturing or killing its leaders, and likely killing European soldiers trying to defend that democracy, while the American public might feel like they're in that old Michelin Web Nazi sketch that became a meme, asking themselves, are we the baddies? Frankly, we think they're not. For all the might is right rhetoric from Stephen Miller or the gung-ho ravings of armchair warriors on X, our gut instinct is that there is still a large majority in the USA who would balk at their government doing something so flagrantly cruel and evil. Maybe we're being naive. Maybe the lesson of 2026 so far is that the law of the jungle is all that matters and ordinary Americans in the Midwest diners are just itching to do to Jens Friedrich Nielsen what Trump did to Maduro. But we think, we hope, that that's an incorrect read of the mood music. The guys like Miller and Trump would get a nasty shock if they really went for it. Only time will tell if our instincts are right or if this year is going to be more terrifying than even we realized. Thank you for watching.
During the 100 Years' War, France faced a formidable opponent, the invading armies of England. The English relied on a distinctive tactical system that combined the devastating firepower of their longbowmen with the steadfastness of heavily armed men-at-arms. Time and again, even numerically superior French armies struggled against this deadly combination. French commanders desperately tried to search for a way to counter the English tactics, and paid dearly for every attempt. In this video, we'll explore 8 of the most significant battles from the early stages of the 100 Years' War. We'll see how exactly the English system worked in practice, how the French tried to counter it, and how they eventually discovered a way to hold their own against the invaders from across the Channel. The 100 Years' War began in 1337. Not long after, Edward III of England pressed his claim to the French throne and crossed the Channel to assert his rights. Fully aware that France, the economic and military superpower of its time, could field larger armies, and that he would be at a disadvantage in a drawn-out war of attrition, Edward sought to force the French into a decisive battle right from the beginning. He was confident that his troops could prevail against the armies of heavily armed French knights in open field, because England had developed a very effective tactical system in its wars against the Scots. After a spectacularly failed cavalry charge against the Scottish infantry at the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, the English adapted their tactics. Instead of knights on horseback, they now relied on a combination of dismounted men-at-arms and longbowmen, a combination that proved its effectiveness at the battles of Duplain Moor in 1332 and Halidon Hill in 1333. At Halidon Hill, the English took up a strong position atop a hill, forcing the Scots to attack across marshy ground, up the slope and through a storm of longbowmen's arrows. When the exhausted and battered attackers reached the English line, the dismounted men-at-arms blocked their advance, while the archers caught them in a deadly crossfire. The battle was brief, but brutal. When the Scots broke and fled, the men-at-arms remounted and chased them off the field, brushing the last remnants of resistance. By the time the English arrived in France, news of the Scots' defeats had reached the French king, Philip VI. He knew just how effective English tactics could be, and despite Edward's efforts, he avoided open battle, even when the two kings met in the field in 1339. Edward took up a strong defensive position on a hill between the villages of La Capelle and La Flamangerie, securing the front of his army with a ditch and field fortifications. Behind these defenses, the dismounted men-at-arms formed 3 solid blocks, each flanked by archers. This shows how crucial the careful selection of a strong defensive position was to the success of the English tactics. At La Flamangerie, however, it became clear that a position could be so strong that it became a deterrent. When Philip's scouts reported the English deployment, he abandoned the attack and instead dug in behind a line of abatis, field fortifications made of sharpened tree trunks and branches. His men saw this as cowardly, But though Philip's caution clashed with the French knights' ideas of honor, it spared France a potentially disastrous defeat at the very start of the war. Philip maintained this cautious approach, which meant that the first major field battle of the conflict would not be between the kings themselves, but between their deputies in the War of the Breton Succession. Between 1341 and 1345, several truces interrupted the war between England and France. During this period, the focus shifted to the War of the Breton Succession, which became a kind of proxy conflict. Two men were contenders to succeed John III, the recently deceased Duke of Brittany, John of Montfort, John III's half-brother, and Charles of Blois, the husband of John's niece and Philip VI's nephew. Naturally, Philip VI supported Charles of Blois, while Edward III backed John of Montfort. To support his candidate, Edward sent William de Bohun, the first Earl of Northampton, to Brittany. He landed at Brest in the summer of 1342, liberated the besieged city, and set out to capture the fortress of Morlaix. Charles of Blois, who had initially retreated, soon realized he had more than twice the strength of his opponent and gave chase. When the Earl of Northampton learned that the Franco-Breton army was approaching, he lifted the siege and took up a position on the edge of a grove. His force of nearly 5,000 men fortified the area with traps, cleverly camouflaged with hay and undergrowth. The exact formations and course of the battle are unclear, but chroniclers report that the English men-at-arms fought dismounted. First, they were attacked by Blois's knights on horseback, likely on the flanks, where the archers inflicted heavy losses. The French then pressed on against the center, where the traps took their toll. Despite these obstacles, the French continued their advance and clashed with the English line in a brutal hand-to-hand fight. After several hours of fierce combat, the English emerged victorious. The Battle of Morlaix not only confirmed the importance of carefully selecting and preparing a strong defensive position, but also demonstrated that the men-at-arms were the backbone of the English formations. No matter how relentless the hail of arrows from the archers, the enemy almost always reached the English front line. It was the steadfast men-at-arms who decided the battle's outcome. Without this human wall, the lightly armored archers would have little chance against a direct assault. So the English tactics relied on a kind of symbiosis. The archers weakened the enemy before they reached the men-at-arms, and the men-at-arms stopped the attackers, shielded the archers, and ultimately finished the enemy off. At Morlaix, English tactics proved their worth on French soil for the first time. Charles of Blois, one of France's most capable commanders, took the lesson to heart and immediately began searching for a way to counter the English system. The results of his efforts became clear 4 years later, the Battle of Saint-Paul-de-Léon. In 1345, Edward III broke the truce with France, which was supposed to last until the summer of 1346. He sent troops to Brittany to repel Charles of Blois and secure a potential bridgehead to land his next invasion army. After initial successes, the campaign stalled, as the English failed to capture a port in northern Brittany. By 1346, Edward had decided to land in Normandy with his main army. Still, Sir Thomas Dagworth advanced west, likely on a reconnaissance mission, and was confronted by Charles of Blois at the small town of Saint-Paul-de-Léon. Dagworth, commanding just 80 men-at-arms and 120 mounted archers, was heavily outnumbered by Blois's 1,000 men. With no chance to retreat, he had his troops dismount and take up a strong position on a hill, securing the front with a ditch and the rear with an improvised barrier of wagons and horses. Having learned from Morlaix that cavalry was highly vulnerable in a frontal assault on an English formation, Charles of Blois dismounted the majority of his men-at-arms. This made the Battle of Saint-Paul-de-Léon one of the first battles in which French men-at-arms fought on foot. Aside from reduced mobility, there were few drawbacks. The men were just as well trained for fighting on foot as on horseback, and their close combat skills had been honed in many small sieges of the early 100 Years' War. To offset the loss of mobility, Charles kept about 40 heavily armored horsemen and a division of crossbowmen in reserve at the rear. The Franco-Breton army attacked from two sides simultaneously. Charles sent his mobile striking force around Dagworth's flank to strike from the rear, while the dismounted men-at-arms assaulted the English front in waves. The flanking maneuver stalled at the English wagon line, and the archers unleashed a devastating hail of arrows on the attackers approaching the front. Despite these setbacks, the Franco-Breton forces pressed forward, and a fierce, day-long battle ensued. In the late afternoon, after his men were beaten back multiple times, Charles personally led a final assault. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, he attacked the English from all sides with 3 divisions, but was repelled once more. The Battle of Saint-Paul-de-Léon highlighted the deadly effectiveness of the English combination of dismounted men-at-arms, field fortifications, and longbowmen. Though outnumbered roughly 5-1, not a single English man-at-arms fell, while Charles of Blois lost a large proportion of his army. Even though Charles had lost at the Battle of Saint-Paul-de-Léon, French commanders recognized that dismounted men-at-arms combined with a mobile striking force offered the most promising counter to English tactics so far. Nevertheless, this approach would be put to the test when the first major field battle of the 100 Years' War took place just a few weeks later. A quick book recommendation before we go on. Bernard Cornwell's Grail Quest is a fantastic, well-researched historical fiction series that brings the battles of the early 100 Years' War to life. If you want to check it out, there's a link down below. Buying through that link gives us a small commission and no extra cost to you, and really helps the channel. Prefer audiobooks? You can also grab it on Audible through our link and get a free audiobook. All links are in the description and pinned comment. Thanks for considering it, and now back to the video. When Edward III landed in Normandy with his invading army in July of 1346, he began marching through France, plundering as he went. Philip VI had little choice but to confront him. He pursued the English north from Poissy, near Paris, tried to block them at the Somme, and ultimately, near the small town of Crécy, quote, fell directly into the King of England's trap, as historian Matthew Strickland puts it. The exact deployment of the English and many other details of the Battle of Crécy remain hotly debated. This is not the place to go into those debates, especially since the battle represents a special case in terms of the French approach, as we will see. What is certain is that the English took up a strong defensive position on a hill between the villages of Crécy and Vadicourt. As had become standard practice, they secured the rear with wagons and prepared traps and field fortifications in front of the line. The dismounted men-at-arms formed 3 divisions, each flanked by archers. The head of the French column reached the battlefield shortly before midday. Despite the strong English position, Philip VI attacked before his troops were fully assembled. The reason is unclear. Some suggest political pressure compelled him to act hastily, while others say his knights urged immediate action. Whatever the reason, Philip sent his Genoese crossbowmen forward first, and instantly made a critical mistake. His mercenaries' equipment had been left at the rear of the French column, forcing them to attack with reduced armor and ammunition, and, most importantly, without the protective pavises central to their tactics. Vulnerable and exposed, they were quickly forced to fall back. The second wave, composed of mounted men-at-arms, pressed forward ruthlessly, riding over the retreating crossbowmen. This took away much of their momentum, and they lost cohesion just as they entered the range of the longbowmen. Still, the French men-at-arms reached the English right wing, commanded by Edward of Woodstock, the Black Prince. Just as Edward III had intended, The terrain and English formation funneled the French into a death zone in front of the Black Prince's division. His men stood their ground, wearing down wave after wave of French attackers. The assault only ended around midnight, and the next morning the English men-at-arms mounted their horses and swept the remainder of Philip's army from the battlefield, completing one of the most one-sided victories of the 100 Years' War. Despite his caution, in the end, Philip VI did engage in battle, and paid a heavy price. The Battle of Crécy is often seen as a triumph of the longbowmen over French men-at-arms, highlighting flaws in French tactics and organization. In fact, it was not. The defeat had more to do with Philip's hasty approach. His attack was poorly coordinated, and he ignored the lessons Charles of Blois had learned during the War of the Breton Succession. The Battle of Crécy was, in the words of Matthew Strickland, quote, a disastrous shambles, unrepresentative of the real capabilities of French arms and tactical thinking, end quote. In several smaller battles over the following years, the French proved they were capable of far more than they had shown at Crécy. In 1349, Thomas Coke, the English seneschal of Gascony, was ambushed near the village of Lunalong. He immediately ordered his men-at-arms and archers to dismount and take up a strong position on a hill. The French, led by Jean de Lille, and outnumbering them roughly 3-1, attacked confidently. One division rode around the Anglo-Gascon troops to strike at their rear, while two others assaulted from the front. The troops that bypassed the English managed to seize some horses and baggage, but the frontal attackers met fierce resistance. The horses, making it through the hail of arrows, were mercilessly impaled on the spears of the dismounted men-at-arms. By evening, when Jean de Lille called off the attack, 300 of his men had fallen. The battle confirmed once and for all that frontal cavalry charges against well-deployed English troops were virtually suicidal. The combination of dismounted men-at-arms and mounted shock troops now quickly spread from Brittany into the rest of France. In 1351, when Marshal Guy II de Nesle besieged the fortress of Saint-Jean-d'Angély, he intercepted a convoy of reinforcements at the bridge over the Charente River near Taillebourg. Following Charles of Blois' example, the Marshal dismounted the bulk of his men-at-arms, only keeping 2 cavalry reserves on the wings. He then prepared to attack both frontally and from the flanks. However, the plan never came to fruition. Reinforcements from Taillebourg and Tonnay-Charente arrived near the rear, surprising Guy de Nesle before he could advance. 2 weeks later, on the 6th of June 1351, Edward I de Beaujeu attacked an English raiding party led by John de Beauchamp, the captain of Calais. Near Ardres, about 600 kilometers north of Taillebourg, the retreating English took up a defensive position in a bend of the river and secured it with a ditch. Once again, the French attacked using a combination of dismounted men-at-arms and mounted shock troops. Although Edward de Beaujeu was killed at the very start of the battle, his men kept up the pressure until the English archers ran out of arrows. This allowed the French cavalry to bypass the defenders and strike from the rear. While Ardres cannot be considered a decisive success for the French method, since it was likely the lack of arrow reserves that decided the outcome, combined with Taillebourg, it does demonstrate that the tactic of dismounted men-at-arms had now spread throughout France. How promising the French approach was became clear at the Battle of Moron in 1352. This time, Guy de Nesle faced an Anglo-Breton force under Sir Walter Bentley. Bentley had positioned his men on a slight rise between a hedge and some bushes. As was now standard, about 1,500 men-at-arms formed the center, while roughly 800 archers held the wings. Again, the French attacked both frontally and on the flanks. This time, the assault force broke through at the first attempt, with devastating results. When the armored horsemen smashed into the unprotected side of the English right wing, it collapsed almost immediately, exposing the center. Meanwhile, the French men-at-arms fought their way through the bushes in front of the English position, attacking head-on and pressing the enemy against the hedge. Victory seemed within reach, until the French center suddenly faltered. On the right, part of the formation inexplicably fell back, giving the English archers an opportunity to advance and strike into the exposed flank of the French. At the Battle of Moron, the French came closer to defeating an English formation than at any point since the start of the war. Their plan had worked flawlessly until the inexplicable retreat of part of their men-at-arms disrupted the attack. This near success, however, helped shape French tactics for the next major engagement. At the Battle of Poitiers, the combination of dismounted men-at-arms and fast-moving shock troops would be deployed in a large-scale battle for the first time in the war. In 1356, the Black Prince led a chevauchée from Gascony north into Poitou. King John II pursued him and confronted the English south of Poitiers. Prince Edward, seizing a convenient opportunity for battle, chose a position perfectly suited to English tactics. A gentle slope with a few hedgerows lay in front of his troops, the forest of Noailles behind them, and the Mionçon River to their left. On the right, the English built a barricade of wagons and brushwood. Edward deployed his troops in 3 divisions, with longbowmen forming the wings and securing the front. They dug trenches between the hedgerows and constructed field fortifications to strengthen their position. Behind the army, a mounted reserve stood ready to exploit any breakthrough or launch a counterattack. On the 18th of September, as the two armies faced each other, King John II drew up his plan of attack. He was determined to avoid repeating the disaster of the Battle of Crécy. His troops had thoroughly reconnoitred the English position, were well rested, and the king had carefully considered how he wanted to proceed. He divided his forces, approximately 10,000 men-at-arms, 2,000 infantry, and 2,000 crossbowmen, into 3 divisions. Each division consisted of a central body of foot soldiers, flanked by crossbowmen. Aside from 2 smaller shock troops totaling 300 to 500 armored horsemen, all the men-at-arms fought on foot. On the morning of the 19th of September, Edward prepared for battle, but then, unexpectedly, ordered his left wing to retreat across the Mionçon. The French feared this might be a feint, designed to lure them into attacking an almost impregnable position, but they decided to take the chance and press the assault. One group of mounted men skirted the hedge on the right, aiming to strike the side of the exposed English center, while another tried to force a gap through the bushes to attack the English right wing. When the first group reached the hedge, English archers caught them in a deadly crossfire. Arrows fell like rain, bringing down horses and routing their riders. Meanwhile, the second assault force had nearly reached the left flank of the English center. Just as the riders accelerated to charge, the English left wing appeared behind them, having returned from the ford and launching a counterattack. Caught between 2 fronts and under heavy fire, the French men-at-arms could not hold their ground for long. With the rapid mounted assault having failed, the 1st French division on foot advanced. As they pushed through the hedgerows, they suffered heavy losses at the hands of the English archers. Nevertheless, the French reached the English front, and a bloody hand-to-hand battle ensued. Despite fierce fighting, the English line held firm, and after 2 hours, the French were forced to retreat. So far, all of King John's attacks had failed. However, 2/3 of his army was still fresh, while the English were exhausted. Many were wounded, and their archers were running low on arrows. Yet the French, once again, made a critical mistake. The 2nd Division interpreted the retreat of the first wave as a signal to pull back, abandoning the advance instead of maintaining pressure. This pause gave Edward time to regroup his troops before King John's 3rd Division could engage. France had squandered another opportunity. When King John attacked with the 3rd Division, he sent his crossbowmen ahead. Unlike the mercenaries at the Battle of Crécy, these troops were fully equipped. Step by step, they advanced up the slope with their pavises, securing the ground to the English front. Slowly but surely, Edward's situation became precarious. Many of his archers had already set aside their bows, useless without arrows, and drawn their swords to engage in close combat. Yet the Black Prince still had one ace up his sleeve. Around 60 men-at-arms, accompanied by a few dozen mounted archers, had ridden in a wide arc around the hill to the right of the battlefield. Now they charged into the rear of King John's forces. This surprise attack proved a turning point. As the French scrambled to deal with the threat from behind them, the Black Prince ordered some of his men-at-arms to remount and strike the shattered formation from the front and flank. The English horsemen thundered down the hill, crashing into the French lines. John's division disintegrated under the force of the impact and soon collapsed completely, sealing the outcome of the battle. The French had suffered another crushing defeat. Around 2,500 of their men-at-arms were killed. Around 3,000 men, including King John himself, were taken prisoner. The English, by contrast, lost just 40 men-at-arms. Yet Poitiers also showed the English method was no longer infallible. A full third of the French army had never struck a blow, and still the victory was far harder won than most English triumphs of the previous 20 years. In earlier battles, the first volleys of arrows often decided the outcome, but at Poitiers, the result remained uncertain even after 100 volleys. When the first phase of the 100 Years' War ended with the Peace of Bretigny in 1360, the French had still not found a reliable way to counter the English tactical system. However, their adaptations, both tactical and technical, had made them far better able to withstand the firepower of the English longbowmen. Dismounted men-at-arms were less vulnerable to arrows than mounted ones, and heavier armor and the increasing use of pavises gave them even more protection. At the same time, mounted shock troops provided a mobile element for flanking attacks. But although these changes reduced the effectiveness of the English longbowmen against French men-at-arms, they were still not enough to overcome the full strength of English tactics. It was only when the war resumed in 1369 that the French finally found a way to counter the English system. After the Battle of Poitiers, Charles V assumed control of the government while his father remained a prisoner of the English. He realized the futility of continuing to counter the English tactics with direct confrontation, as it was not the most effective way to defeat them. The real underlying problem was that the English could plunder, raid, and besiege French territory unhindered, if they were not stopped. While battles were the usual means to prevent this, they were not the only option. Instead, Charles V adopted a Fabian strategy, meaning he avoided major engagements, instead relying on attrition and indirect attacks. In sieges and small-scale skirmishes, the French were easily able to keep pace with the English, and by 1374 they had recaptured nearly everything they had been forced to cede under the Peace of Bretigny. Yet Charles and his father recognized that lasting victory would require additional measures. In 1363 they began reforming the French armies, creating a modern war machine of their own. How these new powerful armies dealt with the English, however, is a topic for another video. To conclude, let me thank you for watching the video. I hope it's clear that this video took a lot of time and effort. We love to do this, but it's not easy and it takes a lot of resources. If you think these kinds of videos are worth your money, please consider supporting us on Patreon. It's a good way to support any creator. And for us, it means that we remain independent and can produce videos on topics that we like and that we think are important. So we don't have to cater to hype and trends, which in our opinion doesn't work well for a channel about history. Thank you. On the 24th of May 1565, the Ottoman artillery opened fire on Fort St. Elmo, one of the fortresses of the Knights Hospitaller. This was the beginning of the so-called Great Siege of Malta. Behind the artillery, an army of 40,000 soldiers was waiting to conquer the island, sent there by Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent, who wanted to strengthen the position of the Ottoman Empire in the struggle for supremacy in the Mediterranean and wipe out the Order of St. John, also known as the Knights Hospitaller, once and for all. But the Knights, together with the Maltese militia and a number of mercenaries, put up a fierce fight. Europe was trembling as the siege developed into a war of attrition of epic proportions. The possibility of an Ottoman bridgehead so close to Italy had never been more real. Before we dive straight into the video, a quick lesson on credential stuffing, which is how most account hacking happens nowadays. If you have used your usual email address on a website that was not properly maintained or got compromised, it might end up on the dark web. So if you have one password for more than one login, somebody might successfully log into your accounts. An easy fix is enabling two-factor authentication and tools such as the dark web monitor of today's sponsor NordVPN to get alerted. Be sure to use a password manager like NordPass to generate strong, unique passwords and always have them at hand without actually having to remember them. NordVPN also comes with a threat protection feature that keeps malicious websites, annoying trackers, and irritating advertisements at bay. Get Nord for the price of a cup of coffee per month by clicking on the link in the description below. All of this is entirely risk-free thanks to Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. As soon as Sultan Suleiman I, known as the Magnificent, rose to power in 1520, he pushed the expansion of the Ottoman Empire. His armies quickly secured control of most of the eastern Mediterranean. In 1522, they also conquered the island of Rhodes, which was then home to the Knights Hospitaller, who were a Catholic military order founded in Jerusalem after the First Crusade. After the fall of Jerusalem in 1291, they established a domain on Rhodes, where they thrived until 1522. 8 years later, Emperor Charles V granted them Malta as a perpetual fiefdom in exchange for one falcon annually. However, according to Kenneth M. Seton, an expert on the Crusades and Ottoman-European relations in the Mediterranean, the island was, quote, a defenseless, barren waste, end quote. Nevertheless, it had become the Knights' new home, and they immediately began to turn it into an important maritime center. At the same time, the Ottomans were expanding their influence in the western Mediterranean. The Barbary corsairs, privateers in Ottoman service, were gradually becoming an ever greater threat, especially a certain Dragut, called the Drawn Sword of Islam. He was constantly at odds with the Maltese Knights. A few years later, in 1551, he and the Ottoman admiral Sinan Pasha attacked Malta directly. They landed on the island with about 10,000 men, but left only a few days later to conquer the neighboring island of Gonzo instead. Dragut then sailed to Tripoli, which was also garrisoned by the Knights, defeated them in a short siege and took control of the area. Tripoli then became the new center of corsair activity. Shocked by this direct blow, the Knights instantly set to improve Malta's defenses. They expected Dragut to return soon. Over the next few years, the situation in the Mediterranean remained tense. By 1559, hardly any coast in the western Mediterranean was safe from Dragut's corsairs. Among other things, he plundered the Spanish coast, which prompted Philip II, together with his allies, to equip a large fleet in order to drive them out of Tripoli. The Knights Hospitaller also joined this operation, but this mission failed. An Ottoman fleet under the experienced Admiral Piyale Pasha surprised the Christian ships near the Tunisian island of Djerba and defeated them. Afterward, the Grand Master of the Order, Jean Parisot de la Valette, expected the worst. He ordered to rebuild the fleet and had his men prepare. He was sure that the Ottomans would strike again, because foreign observers in Constantinople had reported that the Sultan was preparing a formidable fleet. Malta was an obvious target because the island was not only the headquarters of the knights and thus of the Sultan's enemies, but also very significant strategically. It was the stepping stone to Sicily, from where the way to the western Mediterranean and especially to Italy would be wide open. When one of the most notorious sailors of the order, Maturadon de Lesco, also called Romga, attacked several merchant ships and captured the governors of Cairo and Alexandria, this was the straw that broke the camel's back. Suleiman decided to conquer Malta and annihilate the Knights Hospitaller once and for all. When the Ottoman fleet was spotted off the coast of Malta on the 18th of May, the Knights were ready. The Grand Master had made sure that plenty of supplies were stocked and that the defenses were prepared. The Knights' new home was situated ideally for a siege. Everything vital was located on the two peninsulas of Birgu and Senglia, accessible only from the land side, where they were each guarded by a moat and massive walls. For some years, the Knights had reinforced Fort St. Angelo, their headquarters, and built two new fortifications, Fort St. Elmo and Fort St. Michael. These two fortresses had been raised in less than a year and now guarded the city's weakest points. St. Elmo towered over the entrance of the Grand Harbour, and St. Michael barred the way from the south. Between Senglia and Birgu lay the city's galley port, which was blocked by a heavy iron chain. So anyone who made it past the new Fort St. Elmo into the Grand Harbour was going to be met with mighty bastions, massive ramparts, and a chain blocking access to the heart of the city. Malta was an indefensible waste, no more. When de la Valette learned that the invasion was imminent, he summoned the knights of his order from all over Europe. But it was clear that the Knights Hospitaller wouldn't be able to defend the island without allies. So, for this reason, the Grand Master turned to the Catholic potentates of Europe for help. First and foremost, Pope Pius IV, King Philip II of Spain, who had an immediate interest in Malta because of his possessions in southern Italy and Sicily, and had an obligation to help because the knights were his fiefs. Both the Pope and the King promised their help, while more members of the order and financial pestilence blew their way to Malta, those who were already there prepared the defenses. They cleared the terrain in front of the walls by demolishing many of the buildings south of Birgu and Senglia. In addition, de la Valette ordered all grain, ripe or not, to be harvested and brought to the city, along with other supplies. The Ottomans should not find any food on the island. To the same end, he had all the wells, which were not vital for the defenders, contaminated, probably with animal carcasses. This scorched earth policy would shape the character of the fight decisively. The Ottomans were facing a set of formidable fortresses, which, according to the historian Desmond Sewer, were defended by some 500 to 600 knights and 1,200 soldiers from Italy, Spain and Greece. These professionals were supported by non-professional fighters such as sailors and civilians. Although the population had never been fond of the Knights Hospitaller, whom they regarded, prompted a large number of them. I'm the tension and the tension and the terror. You pretend of the defenders. All in all, the Ottomans would have draped in your gloom. No crowd craves a hero if there's no villain in the. You all know me as the big farming ally. You have to wrestle the sturdy walls and was taken. Could arrive anytime. On the 19th of May, 1565, the first 500 Ottomans Marza, Sirocco, a port 6 kilometers south of the Grand Harbour. the Grand Master sent a detachment of cavalry and 300 arquebusiers to welcome them. But after a brief and bloody skirmish, the Maltese had to retreat. Their mission had been futile to begin with, as became clear when 25,000 more Ottomans landed on the island the next day. The invaders immediately began to build a fortified camp south of the Grand Harbor. There were so many of them that offensive action was out of question. And yet even further Ottoman reinforcements were to arrive over the course of the next few days, especially the Corsairs from Dragut. According to Sultan's orders, Dragut was to assume supreme command. This was quite extraordinary because the Sultan's own commanders were men of high rank as well. The fleet was commanded by Piyale Pasha, the hero of Diyarbakir, and the land forces by the experienced Lala Mustafa Pasha. There was an ongoing rivalry between these two because Mustafa Pasha had been given special authority by the Sultan. Because of that, they had a hard time to agree on a strategy in their Council of War on the 21st of May, which was held just after a reconnaissance expedition had led to initial engagements south of Sanglia. Dragut had not arrived yet, so they had to talk it out among themselves. Piyale Pasha wanted to take Fort St. Elmo to give his fleet access to the port and the Grand Harbor. Mustafa Pasha was not too fond of this, and instead wanted to attack the poorly guarded inland capital of Medina first, so that they could avoid attacking St. Elmo and operate from a secure base afterward. After some discussion, Lala Mustafa gave in. He thought taking the fort could only be a matter of days. The same day, Ottoman workers set up a battery between the fort and Mount Skibaras, near present-day Valletta, and soon the first cannons opened fire. Simultaneously, sappers were digging trenches to cut St. Elmo off from the land side and slowly approached the walls under cover. Because of the rocky ground, this was hard work, and fortunately for the defenders, progressed only slowly. The Ottoman slow progress allowed the Knights Hospitaller to supply and reinforce the fort. On the 28th of May, the last large bombards were installed, and the fight for St. Elmo began in earnest. When on the 2nd of June, Dragut finally arrived on the island with the bulk of his corsairs, the drawn sword of Islam set up camp in St. George's Bay. He did not agree with the chosen plan of attack, because he considered conquering St. Elmo a waste of time. However, it was too late to change plans now, so St. Elmo served its purpose perfectly. It bought the Knights Hospitaller a lot of time. Because the Grand Master, Jean de la Valette, was well aware that the only way to prevail was help from outside, he devoted much of his energy to get assistance as fast as possible. He asked the man in charge of coordinating the Spanish support, Don Garcia de Toledo, who was the Viceroy of Sicily, to hurry up. The latter, however, hesitated because Philip II had ordered him to intervene only if he could do so without endangering the Spanish fleet.
By the way, have you guys ever noticed how
Toledo
people have
also very actively beating the drum on the political stage was Pope Pius IV. He urged the Catholic princes to send men, money, and gunpowder. And even ordered a force to be raised for this purpose from his own resources. But despite the Pope's admonition and the general concern raised across Europe by the proximity of such a formidable Ottoman fleet, little was happening for the time being. On the 3rd of June, another battery opened fire on Fort St. Elmo from Dragut Point. The resulting artillery barrage kept the defenders so occupied that they only noticed the attacking Janissaries when it was too late. The Ottomans quickly seized the reveille, and in spite of 5 hours of fierce fighting, the defenders couldn't retake it. This was decisive because the Ottomans now held an elevated position right at the walls of St. Elmo. They finished a new artillery platform on the ruins, and their cannonballs started to shatter the walls from close range. Over time, constant battles and binding supplies weakened the defenders. After another assault on the 8th of June, the demoralized knights asked de la Valette for his consent to withdraw, but the Grand Master ordered them to stand firm.
and
He knew
transfers
they were
about
fighting a
10
losing
gigatons
battle,
of
but every
carbon
day
from
they
atmosphere
resisted
into the
meant
deep
an additional
ocean
day
each year
for help to arrive.
to simulate their own carbon
Soon,
pump,
the walls of
whale
St.
eggs
Elmo
emitted a
were
substance called
crumbling.
aqua
2
food,
more
which
assaults
is
on the 15th and
artificial whale
16th of
poo.
June were barely
The
pushed
aqua
back.
food would be
But in
tailored
the
to
Ottoman
local
camp,
climates and
Draghi
released
was
in multiple
dissatisfied.
locations,
St.
thus
Elmo was
exponentially
costing the
increasing
Ottomans
the amount
far
of
too
carbon
much time.
removed from the
To
atmosphere.
speed things up, he ordered his
This is a
ships
type
to
of
join the
marine
bombardment from the sea,
or ocean
and personally visited the trenches to instruct his artillerymen to aim lower and thus bring down the walls more quickly. But his impatience was to cost him dearly. The sources disagree as to whether he was struck down by a lucky shot from St. Angelo or whether one of the gunners he was correcting accidentally aimed too low. In any case, a stone or bullet hit him in the head. 5 days later, the drop on sword of Islam died of his injuries. Regardless of the setback, Mustafa Pasha, who was now in charge, finally managed to cut off St. Elmo by establishing another battery on Gallows Point. This left St. Elmo under fire from all sides, so that the conditions of both the defenses and the defenders deteriorated quickly. When further assaults branded against the defenses on the 21st and 22nd of June, the defenders couldn't prevent the Janissaries from lodging themselves in on the walls. Starved, exhausted, and nearly overrun, the Knights' resistance on the following morning was a symbolic formality.
Some of which are algae.
They stood no chance. The Ottomans entered the fort and killed all the defenders except for a handful of lucky ones who managed to swim to safety. The events following the fall of St. Elmo are highly controversial. For example, the archivist Catherine Desportes reports that Lala Mustafa Pasha had the bodies of the knights mutilated and thrown into the sea and the heads of the fort's commanders impaled along the shore. De La Valette allegedly responded by having the Ottoman prisoners beheaded and their heads shot from the cannons of St. Angelo. However, many historians doubt that such atrocities actually occurred, because the primary sources give conflicting evidence. Nevertheless, what is certain is that the Battle of St. Elmo cost many lives.
To be honest, guys,
According to the
go live
historian
tomorrow.
Boris Howard, about 1,500 defenders and 6,000 attackers died, including half of the Janissaries.
Approximately
But what hurt the Ottomans more than the loss of their soldiers was
but
the
I'm
delay
gonna